Xia Zhen's dirty methods. Right now, in the entire divine wilderness, the Western Desert does not care about worldly affairs. Among the younger generation, other than Lu Ming, Brother Ming is the most powerful. A voice suddenly rang out among the compliments. The scene suddenly became quiet. Lu Ming. It was as if Lu Ming's name had a magical power that made everyone shut up. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Lu Ming's name was like a huge mountain, pressing down on everyone's hearts. He was of the same generation as them, but with his current combat strength, he was able to kill an emperor. He was able to fight against a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. He was already standing at the peak of the divine wilderness continent, looking down on the world. Among his peers, no one could compare to Lu Ming. The so-called geniuses here were far too inferior when compared to Lu Ming. The difference was too great. Dark Child's face also darkened, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The young man who had just spoken turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that he had said the wrong thing. He had wanted to flatter Ming Zi, but he subconsciously added Lu Ming's name. Brother Ming. Please forgive me, I didn't mean to. The young man quickly apologized and stuttered. It would have been better if he didn't explain. The moment he did, Dark Child's face turned even gloomier. What an idiot, get lost. Xia Zhen berated, and the young man hurriedly took his leave. Humph, Lu Ming may be strong, but he doesn't know how to judge the situation. He won't live for long. He'll die eventually. When that time comes, who in the world can compete with Brother Ming? Xia Zhen continued. Hearing this, Dark Child's face looked a little better. That's right. Lu Ming won't be able to live for long. He still wants to go against the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. He's simply courting death. Even if such a brainless person has some combat strength temporarily, he's still a brainless boor. In my opinion, he's far inferior to Brother Dark Child. The others immediately followed suit and started to flatter him. Dark Child's face revealed a smile again. You're right. Lu Ming's talent is average. It's just that he's lucky, so his combat power is slightly stronger than mine. However, because of this, he's arrogant and condescending. Back in the Divine Ruins continent, he even dared to offend the pride of the Yuan continent's big sect, the Tianshan sect. Such a brainless person will definitely have limited achievements. Even if he doesn't die in the Divine Wilderness continent, he will be killed by the experts of the Tianshan sect. Dark Child said disdainfully. Brother Dark Child is right. Brother Ming is right. The others were full of compliments. Brother Ming, how about I invite you to watch a good show? Xia Zhen said with a smile. Oh? What good show? Dark Child revealed an interested expression. Brother Ming, please wait. Xia Zhen laughed, and then his voice spread far and wide, bring the person up. Yes. Yes. Someone replied in the distance. Not long after, a group of Imperial Dragon Guards led a dozen people over. Sun Lin, Tai Xing. In the crowd, Lu Ming's eyes gleamed coldly. The dozen or so people who were brought here were actually the law enforcement officers that Lu Ming had met when he joined the law enforcement army in the Holy City. Tai Xing, the black gorilla man, Sun Lin, the middle-aged man who had been transferred to the law enforcement army from the Imperial Dragon Guard with him by Xia Zhen. At this moment, Tai Xing and the others were in a sorry state. Their breathing was shallow and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had suffered heavy injuries. Very quickly, Tai Xing and the rest were brought to Xia Zhen and the others. Who are they? Ming Zi was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Xia Zhen had brought more than a dozen burly men here. Brother Ming, these people are on very good terms with Lu Ming. They were his subordinates in the past. Xia Zhen said. Xia Zhen, you're despicable and shameless. You actually want us to slander the commander. You're dreaming. Tai Xing roared. Shut up, what slander? Xia Zhen berated. His eyes were cold as he said, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, did Lu Ming use despicable means to kill others to cultivate his martial arts? Also, did he specifically harm young girls and take their yin to supplement yang? That's why his cultivation improved so quickly. You're his subordinates, so you should be very clear about it. Let me remind you, before you speak, you'd better think carefully. Don't forget the fate of your companions. Xia Zhen said coldly as he scanned Tai Xing's body with his cold eyes. The expressions of Tai Xing and the others were ugly, and a few of them looked terrified. Bullshit. Don't even think about slandering the commander. The commander is a man of indomitable spirit. Why would he do such a thing? Tai Xing roared. That's right. The commander would never do such a thing. Don't even think about using us to ruin the commander's reputation. You've killed so many of our brothers. The commander will definitely come back to avenge us. Someone else also shouted. In the crowd, Lu Ming's gaze turned colder. He roughly knew what was going on. Back then, Lu Ming was on good terms with the law enforcement army. It was obvious that Xia Zhen had taken down the law enforcement army and wanted to force them to slander Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming had done evil things like gathering yin to supplement yang. That was why his cultivation level had progressed so quickly. In that case, not only could he ruin Lu Ming's reputation, but he could also enrage Lu Ming. There would be a higher chance of Lu Ming appearing at the alliance ceremony in a few days' time, and he could then kill him. However, the law enforcement army did not obey. Furthermore, from the conversation of the crowd, the other members of the law enforcement army had already been killed by Xia Zhen. There were only a dozen or so people left. Damn it! The killing intent in Lu Ming's heart was as cold as a knife. Xia Zhen's expression was extremely gloomy as he berated, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me or not. If you don't, die. Don't even think about it, I'd rather die than do such a despicable thing. Tai Xing roared. The others also glared at him angrily, as if they were not afraid of death. The law enforcement army had a low status in the imperial city and lived a miserable life. In order to survive, they had to please both sides and lived without dignity. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was the one who made them hold their heads high and puffed out their chests. After Lu Ming joined the law enforcement army, they could finally hold their heads up high and enforce the law on behalf of the sage emperor. They returned to the time 30,000 years ago when the law enforcement army dominated the world. Therefore, they were very grateful to Lu Ming. They could not slander Lu Ming. Xia Zhen, as a prince, you did such a dirty thing. You're really a disgrace to the imperial family and the Xia family. Tai Xing continued to shout. Shut up. You're looking for death. Xia Zhen was furious. A saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at Tai Xing's neck. He had brought Tai Xing and the others over to curry favor with Dark Child, but he had not expected them to bite him back and damage his reputation. He wanted nothing more than to cut them into pieces. The blade light was cold and as fast as lightning as it slashed towards Tai Xing. At this moment, Tai Xing's cultivation was sealed and his breathing was shallow. It was impossible for him to dodge. In a moment, Tai Xing's blood was about to splatter and he would die under Xia Zhen's saber. Whoosh! At that moment, a wine cup flew out from the crowd and hit Xia Zhen's saber. Clang! An inscription flashed on the wine cup, and it collided with the saber. Buzz! The battle saber trembled and hummed as it flew far away. Xia Zhen's expression changed drastically as he retreated 7 or 8 steps and fell on his butt. Chapter 1331 Want to be abused again? Who is it? Xia Yan berated. At this moment, Xia Zhen also reacted. His face was flushed red as he crawled up from the ground. His eyes flickered with a surging killing intent as he looked around and roared, "Who is it? Who was it? If you dare to attack me, come out and face your death." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xia Zhen's battle blade was hit by a wine cup and he fell to the ground. This was undoubtedly an embarrassing matter, and it made Xia Zhen's killing intent reach its peak. Hee hee. A chuckle came from the crowd, and a young man with a sallow face stepped out. This young man was Lu Ming. Even though he did not have a particularly deep relationship with Tai Xing and the others, they had worked together for a while and had gotten along for a period of time. Moreover, Tai Xing and the others were implicated because of him. How could Lu Ming sit by and do nothing? Lu Ming was the one who threw the wine glass just now. You are a prince, yet you are doing such a despicable thing. You are a despicable man. The ancient Saint dynasty only has themselves to blame for what they have done. Lu Ming sneered and walked toward Xia Zhen. How audacious. Impudent. You're looking for death. Some of the Xia family's princes present berated him and stared at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Brat, you dare to interfere in my business? Since you're here today, don't leave. Xia Zhen's voice was cold. He waved his hand and said, "Attack and cripple his cultivation." Yes. 7 or 8 Imperial Dragon Guards flew out, unsheathing all kinds of weapons as they charged at Lu Ming. However, the cultivation of these Imperial Dragon Guards was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo realm. They were not worth mentioning in Lu Ming's eyes. Buzz. Inscriptions suddenly glowed on the ground, and a great formation appeared. In the formation, more than a dozen long sticks condensed and smashed toward the Imperial Dragon Guards. Bang! Ah! Instantly, the sounds of whipping and screams of pain joined together. The Imperial Dragon Guards didn't have the slightest strength to fight back under the long staff strikes. In the blink of an eye, they were all whipped to the ground. Each of them had been hit more than a dozen times, their skin and flesh split open. It was a terrible sight. You. Xia Zhen's face turned pale as he retreated. His cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo realm, not much stronger than those Imperial Dragon Guards. Lu Ming could easily beat up 7 to 8 Imperial Dragon Guards, so he was naturally not a match for him. Humph, so you're an inscription master. Xia Yan coldly snorted, a powerful aura exuding from his body. Xia Yan was a second-grade heaven's favorite. His cultivation had long broken through to the spiritual god realm, and his combat strength was powerful, much stronger than Xia Zhen's. 10th Prince, this person is extremely daring. Since he dares to attack us here, I think he must have been sent by Lu Ming. Let me kill him. A voice rang out from behind Xia Yan. A young figure stepped out and appeared in front of Xia Yan. Wu Qingkong. He was Wu Qingkong, the #1 genius of the Heavenly Sword faction. Wu Qingkong is going to attack. This man is dead. In recent years, Wu Qingkong's cultivation has become more and more terrifying. This man is dead for sure. This person is also stupid. He dared to make a move in such an occasion. It would be strange if he didn't die. The scene was filled with discussions. Now, there were only a few big shots left in the Divine Wilderness continent. Wu Qingkong was one of the strongest people below the big shots. His status was naturally not ordinary, second only to Ming Zi. With Brother Wu here, I can rest assured. Xia Yan said as he took 2 steps back. Brat, are you going to surrender or wait for me to make a move? Wu Qingkong's eyes were as sharp as 2 swords. Wu Qingkong, back then, you were repeatedly abused by Lu Ming. Instead of hiding and cultivating, you dared to come out and bark. Aren't you afraid of being abused again? Lu Ming curled his lips and said sarcastically. "Shut up, you're looking for death." Wu Qingkong was furious. Back then, he had been ruthlessly abused by Lu Ming time and time again. That was his dark history and a disgrace to him. He would be furious whenever anyone mentioned it in front of him. "I'll cut off your 4 limbs and make you wish you were dead," Wu Qingkong bellowed. He unsheathed his sword and slashed at Lu Ming with terrifying sword chi. So strong. 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. This is the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. Wu Qingkong has broken through to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. Wu Qingkong's attack caused a wave of exclamations. At the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, apart from those big shots and geniuses, who else could compete with him? In their hearts, Lu Ming was dead for sure. After all, Lu Ming did not look very old. He was very young and belonged to the younger generation. But he had never seen him before, so he was obviously not famous. How powerful could an unknown young man be to be able to fight with Wu Qingkong? Buzz! An inscription appeared in front of Lu Ming once again. A formation emerged. It was exactly the same as the one that had brutally tortured the Imperial Dragon Guards earlier. More than a dozen long sticks appeared and struck toward Wu Qingkong. Buzz! The sword chi whistled through the air, and with a single slash, the dozen or so staves were all cut in half. The sword chi did not stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Bang! 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 Lu Ming took a few steps and dense runes appeared on the ground. Another array appeared. It was the same as the previous one with more than 10 long rods. However, as the sword chi swept past, the dozen or so long staves were cut into 2 again. But immediately, another formation appeared, and the long stick formed again. He's using such a formation against Wu Qingkong. He's dead for sure. This is all this person has. He dares to be so arrogant here. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Someone sneered in disdain. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword chi whistled, and the long sticks were cut in half. Let's end this. Wu Qingkong roared and shook his sword. The sword radiance flashed and dozens of sword chi were sent toward Lu Ming. Each beam of sword chi was extremely powerful. That kid is dead for sure, everyone thought. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm, as if he did not see the sword aura. He took another light step. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! This time, more than a dozen formations appeared on the ground. All of them were identical and formed a long stick. In total, hundreds of long staffs were thrown at Wu Qingkong. So what if there are many? Break! Wu Qingkong shouted, and his sword chi became stronger. However, the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Originally, those long sticks were no different from dead branches in his eyes. He could easily cut them with his sword. But this time, when the sword chi hit the long sticks, there were clanking sounds and sparks, but the long sticks were intact. On the contrary, the sword chi that he had released was destroyed by the long stick. Break! Wu Qingkong's expression changed. He raised his cultivation to the extreme and slashed out with his sword. Clang! 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 However, his sword chi was completely useless against those long staffs. As the long staff struck down, his sword chi dispersed. How did this happen? Wu Qingkong panicked. Searching your soul. Wu Qingkong panicked and was shocked. Without any hesitation, Wu Qingkong used the bloodline fusion and turned into a sword. He slashed at the long sticks. Clang! Clang! The staff hit Wu Qingkong's sword, which shook violently. In a few seconds, the sword collapsed and turned back into a human. No! Run! Wu Qingkong shouted in fear. He kept spitting out blood and tried to escape. However, the long staff surrounded him from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes. A few hundred sticks were thrown at Wu Qingkong. Wu Qingkong was completely drowned in the shadows of the sticks. Ah! Ah! A shrill scream reverberated throughout the drunken immortal garden. Everyone who was watching the battle looked at each other. How did this happen? This result was completely different from what they had expected. Wu Qingkong was the strongest heaven's favorite below the big shot heaven's favorites. His cultivation had even reached the third level of the spiritual god realm. How many people in the younger generation of the divine wilderness continent could be his match? Furthermore, it was Lu Ming, a kid that she did not know at all. It was a matter of killing him in one move. However, the result was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming had cast the same array. But wasn't the formation weak at the beginning? It couldn't stop Wu Qingkong at all. Why did it suddenly become so powerful? The staff became so powerful that even Wu Qingkong couldn't stop it. The shrill screams were still echoing. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the hundreds of sticks disappeared, revealing Wu Qingkong's figure. Tragic, it was really too tragic. Everyone who saw Wu Qingkong's figure could not help but think of the word tragic. Wu Qingkong was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He had been hit so many times that his clothes were in tatters. His body was covered with rod marks. His face was like a pig's head, his nose was broken, and his teeth were all gone. If no one had said that it was Wu Qingkong, no one would have recognized him. Most importantly, Wu Qingkong's aura was extremely weak. His cultivation had been crippled. The attack had destroyed Wu Qingkong's cultivation. He was now a cripple. Many people gasped and shivered. In particular, some second and third grade geniuses could not help but step back. They looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Who was this person? Where did he come from? How could he be so strong? Furthermore, this person cultivated in the Tao of inscription. In the divine wilderness continent, there were countless geniuses in the Tao of inscription. There was no one who could defeat Wu Qingkong. They racked their brains but couldn't figure out who this person was. Could this person be Lu Ming? He had never heard of Lu Ming having such deep attainments in the Tao of inscription. Who are you? Dark Child's gaze was sinister as he stared at Lu Ming, trying to figure out something from Lu Ming's expression. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming's expression was very calm and he could not figure out anything at all. Who am I? You don't have the right to know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, how arrogant. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Wu Qingkong. I can kill him with a snap of my fingers. Dark Child glanced at Wu Qingkong and smiled disdainfully. Bang! Then, Dark Child stepped forward, his aura rising crazily. Today was a banquet that was specially held for him, but Lu Ming had continuously attacked him, injured Xie Zhen, and crippled Wu Qingkong. This was a complete slap to his face. He could not let Lu Ming leave alive. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Third level spiritual god realm, fourth level spiritual god realm, peak fourth level spiritual god realm. Even at the peak of the fourth level of the spiritual god realm, he still did not stop. Boom! Dark Child's aura had reached the fifth level of the spiritual god realm. Gasps could be heard at the scene. Dark Child, as expected of a giant-level prodigy. Your cultivation has actually reached the fifth level of the spiritual god realm. Dark Child has awakened a ninth-level divine rank bloodline. His combat strength is unparalleled. At the fifth level of the spiritual god realm, he should be able to kill a high-level spiritual god. This is too shocking. Dark Child's body was filled with dark chi. He smiled confidently and said, "Kid, I don't care who you are. Today, I will die without a doubt." Buzz! A pitch-black scimitar appeared in Dark Child's hand. He moved and pounced at Lu Ming, slashing at him. Lu Ming stood there, unmoving. This time, no inscriptions or formations appeared. In an instant, Dark Child's scimitar was about to slash Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers and gently cut at Dark Child. Whoosh! A beam of sword aura appeared between Lu Ming's fingers. Puchi! The saber in Dark Child's hand was easily cut in half. The sword chi didn't stop and continued to cut toward Dark Child. Not good. Dark Child's expression changed drastically. He could feel the threat of death from Lu Ming's sword aura. At this moment, his heart was trembling, and even his soul was trembling. Retreat, retreat, retreat. He roared in his heart and retreated like crazy. At the same time, he used all his techniques to defend. However, he immediately fell into despair. The sword aura on Lu Ming's finger could break through anything. All of his defenses were cut open like tofu. Then, he felt a chill between his eyebrows. The next moment, he fell into boundless darkness and lost consciousness. What's going on? The surrounding onlookers were baffled. At first, they saw Dark Child attacking Lu Ming. Then, they saw a sword chi burst out from Lu Ming's finger. Then, they saw Dark Child retreating frantically. However, he had only retreated a few meters when his body stopped. He stood there, motionless. Many people were confused and didn't understand what had happened. But immediately, everyone's pupils enlarged. Because at that moment, a blood mark appeared on Dark Child's glabella. The blood mark quickly grew longer, and then everyone saw Dark Child's body split into 2 and 2 hollow ears. He was dead. Dark Child was dead. He had been cut in half by a sword. How was this possible? Dark Child's cultivation was at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, and he was also a big shot's pride. With his combat strength, killing an existence at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm would be easy. How could such a prodigy be killed by Lu Ming's sword chi as easily as killing a chicken? How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Xia Yan and Xia Zhen were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they started to roar madly. Lu Ming pursed his lips slightly and the sword aura on his fingers disappeared. This was a formation carved with his own body. With his emperor cultivation, the formation he carved was naturally terrifying. Using it against Dark Child was really overkill. Buzz! An inscription flashed beneath Lu Ming's feet. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of Xia Zhen. Ah, what do you want to do? This is the holy city, what do you want to do? Xia Zhen was so frightened that he shouted. I'll search your soul. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. He stretched out a finger and pointed at Xia Zhen's glabella. In front of Lu Ming, Xia Zhen felt as if he was being crushed by 10,000 mountains. He could not move at all. Chapter 1333 Abyss Demon Territory again. Lu Ming's finger touched the space between Xia Zhen's eyebrows. An inscription flashed and Xia Zhen's expression froze. His gaze was unfocused, as if he was in a daze. Lu Ming was using powerful means to search Xia Zhen's soul. Compared to warriors, there were some techniques of an inscriber that were more mysterious and profound. He had obtained the soul-searching technique from the mysterious Sky Saint. Lu Ming wanted to find out the whereabouts of the 9 Sons Supreme, by Shijin, and the others from Xia Zhen. Evil creature, stop! Kill! A few angry shouts were heard as a few figures crossed the sky. As soon as the voices fell, a few terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. The Xia clan's experts had arrived. These people were all at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's figure did not move, but a large array suddenly appeared in the sky. The large array glowed and condensed into a few combat swords. With a slash, a few 7th-level spiritual god realm experts were killed in the air. So strong. In the drunken immortal garden, many of the young geniuses trembled in their hearts. Lu Ming was too powerful. Killing a 7th-level spiritual god was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. This person shouldn't be someone from the younger generation. He must be someone from the older generation. Someone guessed. Other than Lu Ming, he could not think of anyone else in the younger generation who was so powerful. However, this person was obviously an alchemist and should not be Lu Ming. Therefore, many people guessed that he was an elder. No, I didn't. At this moment, Lu Ming frowned. He realized that in Xia Zhen's memories, he did not know the whereabouts of the 9 Sons Supreme, Bai Shijin, and the others. Perhaps, Xia Zhen's cultivation is too low and he doesn't have the right to know about this. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, he turned to look at Xia Yan. Xia Yan was a second-class heaven's favorite. Other than Xia Ninjuan, he was the highest-ranking person in the younger generation of the Xia family. Perhaps he knew. Under Lu Ming's gaze, Xia Yan's expression changed. Without a second thought, he soared into the sky, wanting to leave this place. However, Lu Ming waved his palm gently in the air. Dense runes suddenly appeared above Xia Yan. A large array appeared and condensed into chains that wrapped around Xia Yan. Xia Yan's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. However, no matter how much he erupted, he was completely useless against the chains. He was bound tightly. Lu Ming let go of Xia Zhen and walked toward Xia Yan. Xia Zhen's eyes were still unfocused, as if he had gone dumb. Yes, Xia Zhen was already an idiot. Earlier, when Lu Ming searched his soul, he did not control it at all. He used the most direct, violent, and brutal way to search for what Lu Ming wanted. Therefore, Xia Zhen's soul suffered an indelible injury and he was already dumbfounded. Save me, save me. When Xia Yan saw Lu Ming walking towards him, he was so frightened that he screamed madly. You're looking for death. How dare you be so impudent in the holy city? 9 generations of your family will be executed. Roars of anger could be heard from afar. More experts from the Xia family had arrived. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. At least a dozen experts rushed over, and terrifying auras rushed up like smoke. The weakest aura was at the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, and there were even perfected spiritual gods. The strongest person was surprisingly a supreme being. In an instant, more than a dozen experts appeared in the sky above the drunken immortal garden and launched attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and dense runes appeared in the sky. They swam as if they had a life of their own and many large arrays were formed. Whoosh! 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 The formation glowed, forming dozens of thick chains that wrapped around the dozen experts. After that, Lu Ming did not even look at these people. He appeared in front of Xia Yan and pointed his finger between Xia Yan's eyebrows. Soul search. Boom. 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 In the sky, there were continuous rumbles. More than a dozen powerhouses joined forces, but it was impossible to break through the defense. Dozens of chains seemed to be alive, constantly waving and winding, making the dozen or so experts tired of dealing with them. Lu Ming pointed his finger at Xia Yan's glabella. After about 10 breaths, his eyes suddenly lit up. He found it. He found the whereabouts of the Supreme Master of 9 Sons and the others. In Xia Yan's memory, the 9 Sons Supreme, Bai Shijin, and the others were imprisoned in the Abyss Demon realm. The Abyss Demon territory again. Xie Nianqing had been imprisoned in the Abyss Demon territory, and Xiaofan had been rescued from there. It seems that I have to go to the Abyss Demon territory again. Lu Ming muttered, his finger leaving Xia Yan's glabella. Xia Yan collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, gasping for breath. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He did not turn into an idiot like Xia Zhen. His cultivation was much stronger than Xia Zhen's, having reached the second level of the spiritual god realm. His soul was stable, so the damage to his soul was not great. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and an inscription flashed on his arm. A sword aura cut through the void. The dozen or so powerhouses didn't even have time to scream before they were killed by the sword chi. Huh, let's go. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He took a step forward and his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the drunken immortal garden, many young heaven's favorites looked at each other with shock in their eyes. He was too powerful. No matter what cultivation level he was at, he was killed in a single move. Even supreme martial artists were killed in the same way. A word appeared in everyone's mind. An emperor. Lu Ming was most likely an impersonator of the emperor. An emperor had infiltrated the holy city. Boom! Boom! In the depths of the sacred city, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky. A few figures appeared above the drunken immortal garden. The vast pressure made all the young people tremble as if they were about to kneel down. Emperor. The people who appeared later were all emperors. The few sovereigns spread out their spiritual senses to search for Lu Ming, but they could not find any trace of him. Search the entire city, don't let off any suspicious people. An emperor ordered. Unfortunately, there was still no news of Lu Ming after half a day. And everything that happened in the drunken immortal garden had also spread throughout the sacred city. An unfamiliar young man had first crippled Wu Qingkong, then killed Dark Child. What was even more terrifying was that even a supreme being could not fight back. One of the emperors, Xia Zhen, had even become an idiot because of this person. The news shocked the sacred city. Many people knew that Northern Plains or the heaven-suppressing divine army had started to move. Everyone started to guess who this young man was. Some people guessed that it was Lu Ming, because Lu Ming was most likely to have sneaked into the holy city to save Supreme Nine Sons and the others. However, someone immediately retorted that this person cultivated the inscription Dao and could not be Lu Ming. Activate the Heaven Secrets instrument. In the end, the higher-ups of the Xia family issued an order. The Xia family activated the Heaven Secrets instrument. Their target was Lu Ming. In the end, they activated the Heaven Secrets instrument and realized that Lu Ming was not in the holy city. He was still in Northern Plains. In a secret room in the 100 Beasts tribe in the Northern Plains, the projection of the Heaven Secrets instrument appeared above Lu Ming's head. It seems that the Heaven Secrets device also has a weakness. It can only find my main body, but not my secondary body. Lu Ming's main body ended its cultivation. He opened his eyes and smiled. Seal. Then, Lu Ming shouted softly. Four sealing gates appeared above his head and sealed the Heaven Secrets instrument projection. The Heaven Secrets instrument projection disappeared. Chapter 1334 Using the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron Again. Just as the Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were searching for Lu Ming with all their might, Lu Ming had already changed his appearance. Even his aura had changed. The Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace could not find him at all. Not far from the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm, a dark-faced young man came. The dark-faced teenager was Lu Ming. The security is even tighter now. Lu Ming was watching from afar. The entrance to the Abyss Demon Realm was more heavily guarded than before. Not only were there more inscription formations, but there were also more experts guarding it. Lu Ming sensed carefully and sensed the auras of many supremes. If I barge in now, I'll only alert the enemy. At that time, the Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace will attack with all their might and block me inside. Not only will I not be able to save Senior Jiuyang and the others, but I'll also be in danger. Lu Ming frowned, thinking of countermeasures in his mind. On the day of the alliance, they will definitely send someone to bring Senior Jiuyang and the others out. That will be the best time. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming had an idea. His figure flashed and he left the place. Time passed by very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the day the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would form an alliance. The sacred city was extremely lively. The experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan had all gathered here. In the East Baron, outside 9 Dragons, the space suddenly cracked open, and a figure stepped out. It was Lu Ming. After a few years, Lu Ming was back in 9 Dragons again. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in 9 Dragons. The defense of 9 Dragons was meaningless to Lu Ming. Lu Ming strode in the void, the endless mountains and rivers of 9 Dragons flitting beneath his feet. Soon, he appeared in the depths of 9 Dragons, where the head of one of the dragon veins was. The divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming looked at the divine 9 Dragon Cauldron that was as tall as a mountain. The purpose of his trip was the divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. The divine 9 Dragon Cauldron would definitely play a decisive role in this battle. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged, and they let out a long roar that shook the heavens. Buzz! As soon as the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared, the divine 9 Dragon Cauldron began to shake. A buzzing sound could be heard for hundreds of thousands of miles. The divine 9 Dragon Cauldron is moving. What's going on? Why is the divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, which hasn't moved since the ancient times, moving again? The unusual movement of the divine 9 Dragon Cauldron attracted the attention of the people nearby. One after another, figures crossed the void and flew over at high speed. What's that? A dragon? Arg! That's the 9 dragons. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming dares to come here? When many people saw the 9 dragons, they roared in shock. Some of them had experienced the war in 9 Dragons and were very familiar with Lu Ming's 9 Dragon bloodline. They recognized it at a glance and screamed in fear. Rise! Lu Ming could not be bothered with those people. He controlled the 9 Dragon bloodline with all his might and resonated with the divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Buzz! Whoosh! The divine 9 Dragon Cauldron shook more and more violently. In the end, it rose from the ground and flew toward Lu Ming, hovering above his head. Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, come! Lu Ming shouted. The 9 dragons wrapped around the divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, and a mysterious aura rushed out in all directions. Clang! The other dragon's vein trembled violently. The second divine 9 Dragon Cauldron moved and floated in the air, flying toward Lu Ming. Then, the third divine 9 Dragon Cauldron also moved. Buzz! Buzz! The divine 9 Dragon Cauldron broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, 3 divine 9 Dragon Cauldrons were suspended above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming, you dare? Put down the divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. In the distance, a few howls sounded out as a few figures broke through the air. His speed was extremely fast, and as soon as his voice fell, his figure had already appeared above the dragon vein. The head of the Dongfang family, the head of the Kong family. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. A few supreme martial artists had come, and some of them were old acquaintances. They were the other family heads of the 6 great ancient families. Lu Ming ignored him and continued to control the 9 Dragon bloodline to summon the divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Being ignored by Lu Ming, the few supreme beings' faces turned ugly. Let's attack together. The supreme martial artists looked at each other and reached a consensus. Boom! 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 A few rays of dazzling light burst out and shot towards Lu Ming. The light was beautiful, but it was filled with killing intent. Get lost. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he stepped into the air. Boom! A terrifying power crushed the space and surged toward the supreme beings. The attacks of the supreme martial artists were as fragile as tofu in the face of this power. Two of the supreme martial artists' bodies even exploded and died on the spot. As for the family heads of the three families, they were sent flying thousands of miles and crashed into a dozen mountains. Blood spurted from their mouths and their breathing became weak. With a single strike, he had killed two supreme martial artists and seriously injured the other three. Such battle prowess was extremely terrifying. In the distance, there was silence. No one dared to open their mouths. Today, all the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had gone to the sacred city. Not even a single emperor was left behind. No one could stop Lu Ming. Is this Lu Ming's combat strength? Among the crowd, there were some young sovereigns who were on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Some of them had even competed with Lu Ming. At this moment, they were full of dejection and shock when they saw the figure on the dragon vein. Back then, they were of the same generation and they were competing with each other. However, in just a few years, the gap between them and Lu Ming was already huge. They could not be compared at all. They knew that they would never be able to catch up to Lu Ming in this lifetime. Roar! The roars of the 9 dragons shook the heavens. Clang! Clang! The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook continuously. One after another, the divine 9-dragon cauldron flew toward Lu Ming. More and more divine 9-dragon cauldrons appeared above Lu Ming's head. 4, 5, 6. Quick, spread the news. Someone in 9 dragons gave the order. Whoosh! Whoosh! One after another, voice transmission jade talismans flew out. However, as soon as they arrived outside 9 dragons, a light screen rose up and blocked all the voice transmission jade talismans. A few figures were standing in the void outside 9 dragons. Among them, there was a dean of the Tianxia Academy who cultivated the Tao of inscription. There were also 7 or 8 supreme martial artists who cultivated the Tao of inscription. They had set up a wizardry barrier outside 9 dragons to specifically intercept the voice transmission jade talisman. More and more divine 9-dragon cauldrons were summoned by Lu Ming. In the end, all 9 divine cauldrons were gathered and suspended above Lu Ming's head. I'll lend it to you for a few days. After a few days, I'll let you return to your original place. Lu Ming said softly. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and swallowed. The 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons flew into the big mouth of the 9-dragon bloodline and disappeared. Roar! 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 At this moment, the 9-dragon veins in 9 dragons were stirred up. Like 9 real dragons, they were about to break through the sky and soar into the sky with dragon chi. Lu Ming's expression was calm as if he had expected this. He waved his hand and 9 inscription talismans flew out from his storage ring. The 9 inscription scrolls flew through the air, each flying towards a dragon vein. Then, the scroll expanded rapidly to the size of a mountain. On it, there were countless inscriptions shining. Chapter 1335 Setting Off to the Holy City. Suppress. Lu Ming said softly. The 9 inscription scrolls landed on the 9 dragon veins. The endless inscriptions seemed to be alive as they filled the dragon veins, temporarily suppressing them. The 9 dragon veins were temporarily calm. According to the ancient legends, the divine 9-dragon cauldron was refined by an ancient expert to suppress the 9 dragon veins. If the divine 9-dragon cauldron had been gone for too long, the 9 dragon veins would definitely go berserk. Lu Ming had already expected this. Hence, He had asked his clone to refine 9 inscription scrolls to suppress the 9 dragon veins. Although it could only be suppressed for a few days was enough. After the dragon veins had calmed down, Lu Ming kept the 9 dragons' bloodline. He took a step forward and appeared outside 9 dragons in the next moment. "Rise!" the old dean of the Tianxia Academy shouted. With the help of the other supreme martial artists, a wizardry barrier appeared outside 9 dragons. This layer of enchantment was used to block the voice transmission jade talisman, so that DE would not know that Lu Ming had come here to take the divine 9-dragon cauldron. After setting up the barrier, they set off with Lu Ming. Not long after, they used the interterritory teleportation formation and returned to northern plains. "Let's go to the holy city." With an order, one figure after another tore through space and headed for the sacred city. At the same time, the cultivators of the heaven-suppressing divine army also set off for the sacred city. The sacred city was bustling with noise and excitement. In the sky above the sacred city, multicolored light shone for tens of thousands of zhang. A platform emerged from the void. On it, real dragons, divine phoenixes, and qilin were dancing. This was the platform that the Xia clan had used during their million-year sacrificial ceremony. Now that it was being used again, it was clear how much importance the Xia clan placed on this alliance ceremony. "The Sage Emperor has arrived." A voice spread out, spreading throughout the entire sacred city. From the depths of the palace, figures flew out. The one leading them was the current Sage Emperor, Xia Qitian. Beside Xia Qitian was a white-haired old man. He was the previous generation's old divine emperor. In addition, there were more than a dozen people, all of whom had powerful auras. They were all emperors. A small portion belonged to the Xia family, while the rest belonged to the Xia family's alliance and the emperors of other overlords. Many experts descended onto the platform. Martial Emperor De and the other sovereigns of the Detian Divine Palace have arrived. Another shout rang out. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! A group of experts flew over from afar and landed on the platform. The one in the lead was De and Martial Emperor. Beside him were 2 elders. One of them was wearing a golden robe. He was the Peak Lever 2 Martial Emperor realm expert who had appeared in the Tianxia Academy last time. The other old man was wearing a long red robe. His aura was not any weaker than the golden-robed old man. Behind them were a group of emperors, more than 10 of them. "Welcome, brother De." Xia Qitian laughed and stepped forward to salute De. "Thank you, brother." De returned the bow. "Alright, since everyone is here, let's begin the ceremony. First, we'll pay our respects to the flag. Someone, bring Xia Jiuyang, Bai Shijin, and the others here." Xia Qitian ordered. "Yes. Yes, your majesty." An emperor received the order and led a group of people, about 50 of them, towards the north. Now. In the crowd, Lu Ming silently followed the group of people and headed north. The entrance to the Abyss Demon Realm was to the north of the Holy City, which was a distance away. After a while, they left the center of the Holy City and were about to reach the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm. At this moment, runes appeared on Lu Ming's body. His figure seemed to have disappeared, and there was no aura at all. Without a sound, Lu Ming appeared next to the person at the back. With a wave of his hand, the person did not even have time to react before he was stored into Lu Ming's mountain and river diagram. Following that, Lu Ming's body squirmed rapidly and became exactly the same as the person. What? The emperor at the front seemed to have sensed something and turned around. However, he did not discover anything after a quick glance. Strange, there was clearly some fluctuation just now. The emperor frowned and scanned the crowd with his spiritual sense, but he found nothing in the end. He could only give up and continue flying forward. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally sneaked in without anyone knowing. This was also the Tao of inscription that Lu Ming had mastered. It was extremely mysterious. At the same time, he had the help of the mountain and river diagram, a treasure. Otherwise, he would not have succeeded. It wasn't easy to secretly replace a pillar under the eyes of an emperor. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm. With the emperor leading the way, they naturally entered the Abyss Demon Realm smoothly. Looking at the familiar environment, Lu Ming sighed. He did not expect to come to the Abyss Demonic Realm again not long after. Xia Jiuyang and the others have been suppressed by the 9 underworlds demon flame, and their cultivation has been sealed. They can't fight back, but we still have to be careful. These people are not simple. The leader warned. He had a horse-like face and Lu Ming had never seen him before. However, he was obviously the leader of the Xia family. The Xia family indeed had a deep foundation. In the beginning, the Xia family had only announced 3 sovereigns to the public. However, it was obvious that they had more than that. No one knew how many more sovereigns they had hidden in secret. Yes. The others responded. N. The horse-faced emperor nodded and led the group toward the depths of the Abyss Demon Realm. Along the way, the horse-faced emperor's emperor aura was released. When the Fiend clan members sensed it, they were almost scared to death and fled far away. Soon, they were hundreds of millions of miles deep into the Abyss Demon Realm. In front of him, a blazing heat spread out. It was a volcano. This wasn't an ordinary volcano or flame. It wasn't an ordinary flame. It was the 9 underworlds demon flame. When they stopped above the volcano, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. That was because Lu Ming noticed a figure in every volcano. Lu Ming was familiar with the figures of the 9 Suns Supreme, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue. There were a total of 5 people. Besides the 9 Suns Supreme, the other 4 were all supreme martial artists of the Talisman sect. The 5 of them were each suppressed in a volcano. Their bodies were bound by chains and suspended in mid-air. Within the volcano, the pitch-black 9 nether demonic flame danced and burned the 5 of them at all times. This kind of 9 underworlds demon flame wouldn't burn people to death immediately, but it could bring them endless pain. Furthermore, the cultivation of the 5 of them had been sealed, and they could not use their cultivation to resist. Lu Ming's eyes were as cold as a knife. Xia Jiuyang, today is the day you die. The horse-faced emperor looked down at Xia Jiuyang and the others with a disdainful expression. Oh, really? The Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace won't be arrogant for long. When Lu Ming returns, it will be the time of your death. In a volcano, Xia Jiuyang raised his head and looked at the sky. His cold voice came out. Lu Ming? He. The horse-faced emperor sneered and said in a disdainful voice, I might as well tell you that Lu Ming has returned. What? Lu Ming is back? Really? Zongzi is back? From the other volcanoes, there were sounds of surprise. It was the voices of Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others. Chapter 1336 Emperor of 9 Suns. Don't be happy too soon. Today is not only the day of your death, but also the day of Lu Ming's death. Horse-faced emperor sneered. Lu Ming is also in your hands? Xia Jiuyang said in a deep voice, a little worried. Not really, but it'll be soon. Of course. The horse-faced emperor smiled and continued, I heard that Lu Ming is a man who values friendship and loyalty. If he knows that you will be executed today, will he come to the holy city to save you? As long as he comes, he'll be dead. You guys. Despicable. Despicable. You're using us. Don't even think about it. When Xia Jiuyang, Bai Shijin, and the rest heard the horse-faced emperor's words, how could they not know the plot of the Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? They were clearly using them to lure Lu Ming here. They roared in anger. Scream, no matter how loudly you scream, it's useless. The horse-faced emperor sneered. Seeing the anxious looks on Xia Jiuyang and the others' faces, he felt extremely comfortable. At this moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distance, a series of violent air-rending sounds came from the distance. Before the sound even faded, figures had already appeared around them. They were all from the Fiend clan. Their demonic chi soared to the sky as they glared at horse-faced emperor and the others with cold eyes. The aura of these Masha clan members was very terrifying. They were more powerful than any Masha clan that Lu Ming had encountered before. The one in the lead had a particularly burly body. His demonic chi soared to the sky, and his vast demonic might was unfathomable. The Demon Emperor. The leader of the group was a Demon Emperor, the Emperor of the Demon Clan. Horse-faced Emperor's expression also changed. Mo Sha Clan, what are you trying to do? Horse-faced Emperor shouted. To kill you, of course. The Demon Emperor said coldly. You dare? Do you want to exterminate the entire clan? Horse-faced Emperor shouted. Annihilate the entire clan? If your Xia clan could do it, my Mo Sha clan would have been exterminated a long time ago. Would you still be so kind as to spare us? The Emperor mocked. Clang! Clang! At this time, the sound of chains breaking came from under the volcanoes. Then, 5 powerful auras rushed out of 5 of the volcanoes. Then, 5 people rushed out of the volcanoes. It was Xia Jiuyang and the others. Xia Jiuyang's body was burning like a sun. The terrifying power of flames caused the temperature in the surrounding tens of thousands of miles to rise rapidly. The Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The supreme being of 9 suns had actually broken through to the position of the Emperor. Now, he should be called the Emperor of 9 suns. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed that they were not trapped at all. They had rushed out of the volcano on their own. You guys. How did you escape? Horse-faced Emperor was shocked. Of course it's because of my help. Now, you can stay here. The Emperor's voice was filled with killing intent. Let's go quickly and spread the news. Horse-faced Emperor suddenly shouted and turned to leave. Stay. The Emperor had been staring at the horse-faced Emperor for a long time. As soon as the horse-faced Emperor moved, the Devil Emperor moved as well. He clawed at the horse-faced Emperor with his sharp claws. Kill. The rest of the Mo Sha clansmen also charged towards the Xia clan. Boom. On the other side, Xia Jiuyang and the others also made their moves. Xia Jiuyang threw a punch, and his fist force was like a sun, blasting toward horse-faced Emperor. The horse-faced Emperor was shocked and tried his best to dodge. He did not dare to take it head-on. Xia Jiuyang's punch made him tremble in fear. At the same time, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other 2 also launched an attack on the Xia family. Inscriptions appeared, and killing formations glowed. Bai Shijin and the other 3 attacked, and the void was filled with terrifying killing formations. A few people were killed in an instant. Lu Ming did not reveal his true face immediately. Anyway, Xia Jiuyang and the others had the upper hand now. He was not in a hurry. His figure swayed randomly in the void, and he dodged some attacks silently. 9 Yang Divine Fist. The flames on Xia Jiuyang's body became more and more turbulent. Vaguely, there were even the shadows of 9 suns that appeared around his body. He threw a punch that was like the explosion of the sun, blocking all the horse-faced Emperor's escape routes. Horse-faced Emperor had no choice but to fight back. Boom! The 2 of them exchanged a blow. The horse-faced Emperor's body trembled and he retreated. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was no match for Xiaofan. As soon as he retreated, the emperor's attack arrived. He could only try his best to resist. As for the people that horse-faced emperor had brought, they were constantly being killed, and none of them could escape. Escape, I must escape. Horse-faced emperor roared in his heart. His Jin Yuan seemed to be burning. His domain covered his whole body, blocking Xiaofan's attack. Although he was hit and spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body was almost burned, he successfully broke out of the encirclement with this attack, and flew crazily toward the exit of Abyss Demon Realm. Not good, we can't let him escape. Xiaofan hurriedly chased after him. The demon emperor of the Wuxia clan also gave chase. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the crowd. Not good, one of them ran away. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue's faces changed. The horse-faced emperor's speed was astonishing. He was running for his life, so it could be said that he was performing exceptionally well. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled 1,000 miles. However, before he could run 100,000 miles, inscriptions suddenly flashed in front of him. A large array appeared, and 8 huge chains appeared in the array, winding around the horse-faced emperor. Break! The horse-faced emperor's expression changed. He struck at the chain, but when his attack landed on the chain, it only caused a vibration. It did not break the chain. Why would I? Horse-faced emperor was shocked. Even he could not break it. This formation was clearly set up by an emperor. Why would another emperor stop him? The next moment, a figure appeared in front of horse-faced emperor. Zhao Pe, is that you? No, you're not Zhao Pe. The horse-faced emperor was stunned for a moment before he roared. He was very familiar with Zhao Pe. It was impossible for him to set up a formation that even he could not break. This person was not Zhao Pe at all. Buzz! Buzz! Behind them, Xiaofan and the emperor of the Wuxia clan had already caught up. Get lost! The horse-faced emperor roared and wanted to rush over from the other side, but there was also a large array there. Chains crossed the sky and blocked the horse-faced emperor. At that moment, Xiaofan and the emperor of the Wuxia clan had caught up and surrounded the horse-faced emperor. Damn it! Who are you? The horse-faced emperor bellowed and glared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. If Lu Ming had not stopped him, he would definitely have been able to escape. Xiaofan and the emperor of the Wuxia clan looked at Lu Ming curiously. Wasn't Lu Ming with horse-faced emperor? He didn't expect to be able to stop horse-faced emperor. More surprisingly, he was able to block it. He was obviously an emperor. If they were enemies, it would not be good. Didn't you just mention me? Lu Ming smiled. Then, the shape of his face started to change and he returned to his original appearance. You are Lu Ming? Horseface Emperor shouted in disbelief. Chapter 1337 Inviting the Devil Clan. The horse-faced emperor's eyes widened and he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, it was actually Lu Ming. When did Lu Ming sneak in? You were at that time. The horse-faced emperor recalled that when they were about to reach the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm, he felt a slight fluctuation. When he checked, he could not find any trace. He thought that he was hallucinating. Now, it seemed that Lu Ming had sneaked in at that time. Lu Ming waved his hand and a corpse flew out. It was Zhao Pe. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? Xiaofan was the most surprised. He looked at Lu Ming in surprise and disbelief. He could not believe that Lu Ming would appear here. What was even more unbelievable was Lu Ming's cultivation level. Lu Ming's aura was that of a 9th-level alchemist and an emperor. Lu Ming had already broken through to the emperor realm. No matter how much he valued Lu Ming, he still found it hard to believe. It had only been a short while and Lu Ming had broken through to the Emperor realm. "Senior Jiuyang, how have you been?" Lu Ming smiled. "Lu Ming, you should not have come." Xia Jiuyang seemed to have thought of something and sighed. "Let's just kill this person first." Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the horse-faced emperor. "You want to kill me? Don't even think about it. Lu Ming, you're going deep into the holy city today. You're dead for sure." The horse-faced emperor roared and soared into the sky, trying to escape. "You can't escape," Lu Ming said softly. At the same time, his body glowed and a large array appeared. Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers, put them together like a sword, and slashed. A beam of sword chi appeared out of thin air and soared into the sky in an instant, slashing at the horse-faced man. Horse-faced emperor was shocked and tried his best to block, but his domain couldn't withstand a single blow from the sword chi. The sword chi didn't stop and continued to slash at horse-faced emperor. The horse-faced emperor screamed as his body was cut in half. The horse-faced emperor had fallen. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others, who happened to catch up to them, as well as some other powerhouses from the Fiend clan, saw this scene. They immediately gasped. He killed an emperor with a single strike. What kind of battle prowess was this? Not only Bai Shijin and the others, but even Xia Jiuyang and the emperor of the Masha clan were dumbfounded. Lu Ming himself looked very calm. Although he had just broken through to the emperor realm, his battle power couldn't be calculated with common sense. The second body of inscription was the cultivation of the Tao of inscription. Every level was perfect, and they all had 10 spirit lamps lit. Not to mention this, the second body had also inherited the inheritance of the profound Sky Saint, who was a saint. Lu Ming took a second look. Regardless of whether it was his control of mental energy or the inscription formation, the power was shocking. The killing formation that he had carved into his body was even more powerful. Therefore, although the second clone had just broken through to the martial royal realm, its combat strength was not weaker than the main bodies. It could fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. With such combat strength, it was easy for him to kill an ordinary level 1 martial emperor. Sect. Zongzi? Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest stammered as they looked at Lu Ming. They were completely speechless and thought that they were dreaming. It was already unbelievable enough to see Lu Ming here all of a sudden. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed was even more unbelievable. It was no wonder that they were stunned for a while. "Senior White, Senior Du." Lu Ming smiled and gave them a fist salute. "Zongzi, Zongzi, it's really you. You've broken through to become a 9th-rank alchemist. Huh, great, great. Our talisman amulet sect has finally given birth to a 9th-grade alchemist." Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others trembled with excitement and almost burst into tears. "Lu Ming, what are you doing here? De and the Xie family were trying to lure you here." Xia Jiuyang's sudden words made Bai Shijin and the others' hearts skip a beat. Their expressions changed drastically, and the joy in their hearts disappeared without a trace. What was left was only worry. "Of course I know that. However, it's still unknown who will win today." Lu Ming briefly explained his plan. "Alright, seniors, let's go out," Lu Ming said. "No." Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was the emperor of the Masha clan. "Why?" Lu Ming looked at the emperor of the Masha clan, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The emperor's expression changed. He was a little frightened by Lu Ming, but he still gritted his teeth and pointed at Xia Jiuyang and the others. "They can't leave. This is the condition they promised me." What are your conditions?" Lu Ming frowned. "Lu Ming, it's like this. Xia Jiuyang started to explain. It turned out that Xia Jiuyang and the others had been able to escape because of the conditions they had reached with the Devil Clan. Xia Jiuyang, Bai Shijin, and the others had agreed to join the Fiend Clan and help the Fiend Clan fight against the Xia Clan for 500 years. In return, the Fiend Clan would release the seal on Xia Jiuyang and the others. That was the reason for the earlier scene. Lu Ming roughly understood after listening to it. The Devil Clan was trapped here by the Xia Clan, and they were constantly being hunted down. The overall strength of the Devil Clan was far inferior to the Xia Clan, so they could only hide in the Abyss Demon domain. Every second, a Devil Clan member was killed. They had their eyes on the strength of Xia Jiuyang and the others. As long as they joined, their strength would increase greatly. In the future, they would have some confidence to fight against the Xia family, and the days of the Devil Clan would be better. Lu Ming smiled and said, "So, it's because of this. Hehe, your Devil Clan is so passive that you'll never be able to regain your freedom. You've heard it just now. I'm going to fight the Xia family. This is a chance for your Devil Clan. Why don't you fight with me? As long as we destroy the Xia family, you'll be free forever." Lu Ming's voice was full of temptation. The Emperor's eyes flickered as if he was moved, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Although your combat strength is strong, the Xia family has a deep foundation. You will die if you fight the Xia family." It was obvious that the Emperor of the Masha clan did not believe that Lu Ming could fight the Xia family. Xiaofan, the Chaotic Heaven's divine warrior. I believe you know him. He's my ally. I was the one who saved him from the Abyss Demon territory. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What? Xiaofan is your ally? Will you also participate in the battle this time? The Emperor's eyes lit up. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Why should I believe you? The Emperor said. He had to be careful because this concerned the life and death of the entire clan. If they followed Lu Ming to the final battle, it would be equivalent to putting the fate of the Masha clan on the line. Her, do you believe her? Lu Ming's glabella glowed and Xian Yanqing walked out. Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xian Yanqing and explained the general situation. The confrontation between the emperors. I am the inheritor of Xiaofan. The heavenly demon bloodline appeared above Xian Yanqing's head, and its shocking demonic power spread in all directions. The Xia family's mutant bloodline, and this. Such dense demonic qi, such pure demonic Dao aura. The emperor was shocked. How is it now? Lu Ming asked. All right, we, the Devil Clan, will take this bet. We'll follow you out and fight to the death with the Xia family. The emperor gritted his teeth and agreed. All right then. Let's not delay any further. Let's go. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The strength of the Masha clan was not weak. They had become stronger out of thin air. Buzz. 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 The group quickly flew toward the exit of the Abyss Demon Realm. Soon, the city at the exit of the Abyss Demon Realm was in sight. Above the city, there was a light barrier that enveloped the entire city. Buzz. Lu Ming's fingers were like a sword, and he slashed out. A beam of sword light cut through the void and slashed toward the city. The light shield on the city could not withstand Lu Ming's sword aura at all. It was split open and the remaining power of the sword aura did not stop. It almost split the entire city in half. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The city was in an uproar as countless powerful auras surged. Kill. Lu Ming and the rest charged toward the city. Above the sacred city, on the platform, Xie Qitian and the others had already taken their seats. To the north of the platform, there was a huge flag that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The huge flag was fluttering in the wind. This was the flag of their alliance. Xiaofan and the others were drinking and waiting. They were waiting for Xiaofan and the others to be brought over and killed as a sacrifice. At the same time, they were also waiting for Lu Ming's arrival. All of a sudden, a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in Xiaofan's hand. His expression changed as he picked it up. "What's going on?" De asked. "Someone has rescued Xiaofan and the others, and they are now attacking the passage to the Abyss Demon Realm. Brother D, please wait here for a moment. I will go and capture Xiaofan and the others." Xiaofan stood up and was about to lead the experts of the Xia family to the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm. At this moment, many figures appeared in the void outside the sacred city. Lu Ming, Xiaofan, Yan Kuangtu, the barbarian emperor, and the other cultivators of the heaven-suppressing divine army also appeared on the other side. "Now!" Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward. The world rumbled and the void exploded. A pitch-black void passageway extended toward the holy city. A light screen appeared above the sacred city, but upon being struck by the spatial passage, it began to shake. Boom! On the other side, Xiaofan threw a punch, and a fist force hit the light barrier. Attack! The other sovereigns also made their moves at the same time, including the cultivators of the heaven-suppressing divine army. At the same time, more than 20 sovereigns made their moves. It was an earth-shaking scene. Buzz! 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 Such a terrifying attack landed on the light screen, causing it to shake violently. Gotcha! In the end, the light barrier couldn't take it anymore and cracks appeared like a spider web. Finally, it exploded with a bang. In the sacred city, just as Xiaofan was about to lead his men to the Abyss Demon territory, an earth-shaking roar suddenly rang out in the sky. It was like thousands of heavenly thunder, as if the sky was going to fall and the earth was going to split apart, and the end of the world was coming. What's going on? In the sacred city, countless people looked up at the sky in fear. In the sky, there was an irresistible and vast pressure, making everyone feel that a great disaster was coming. It's finally here. De looked up at the sky. You've come at the right time. Xiaofan also looked up at the sky, his eyes cold. Gotcha! Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent roar in the sky. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the sky, and the scene was spectacular and terrifying. Then, one figure after another stepped out of these cracks. Each of them exuded an earth-shattering aura, as if they were the rulers of the world. Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. And Xiaofan. Someone in the sacred city shouted. The two people in the lead were Lu Ming and Xiaofan. Lu Ming was the most powerful heaven's favorite among the younger generation. At such a young age, he could kill a martial emperor and fight with a peak lever 2 martial emperor. He was an unprecedented heaven's favorite. Xiaofan was a peerless expert from the Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty. 30,000 years ago, he had single-handedly caused the Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty, which had been at its peak, to suffer a disastrous decline, losing control over the world. It created a situation where the world's powerhouses fought for hegemony. The two of them were the pinnacle figures of the divine wilderness continent. At that moment, the two of them had come together. Boom! 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 Terrifying auras soared into the sky. De and the other emperors of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace released their auras and rose into the sky, standing in the air with Lu Ming, Xiaofan, and the others. Among them, De and the two elders beside him had the most terrifying auras, as if they were the masters of the world. The auras of the three of them alone surpassed that of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Xiaofan, since you're here today, stay here forever. He said. The golden-robed old man said, his killing intent cold. Not necessarily. Boom. On the other side, an old voice came out of a spatial crack. Then, more than 10 figures stepped out. They were the powerhouses of the heaven-suppressing divine army. As soon as the powerhouses of the heaven-suppressing divine army appeared, their auras converged with Lu Ming and the others. Alright, since they're all here, I'll settle them all today. Xia Qitian shouted. The experts of the Xia family also rose to the sky and joined De and the others. Boom! There were about 50 emperors from both sides. Their auras clashed, shaking the entire sacred city. Below, in the sacred city, countless people could not resist this pressure. It was as if they were facing the ruler of the world. They could not help but kneel down and tremble. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the entire sacred city buzzed and countless lights lit up. In the sacred city, countless buildings and streets were covered in inscriptions, forming a large array that protected the sacred city. The sacred city had been passed down for millions of years. After the blessings of the past sacred emperors, it could be said that the entire sacred city was covered with inscription formations and was indestructible. Inscriptions filled the air, and the formation appeared. Only then did the people in the sacred city feel less pressured. Hoo. Many people heaved a long sigh of relief and found that they were all drenched in cold sweat. A confrontation between dozens of emperors was too terrifying. This had only happened a few times in the history of the divine wilderness continent. I'm afraid the heavens will fall today. Some people sighed, knowing that an earth-shaking battle would happen today. Lu Ming, even if you come, you can't save Xia Jiuyang today. He must die today. Di Yi's voice was heard. He looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Is that so? A clear voice was heard. However, it did not come from Lu Ming's main body. It came from another direction. The sound of air being torn could be heard as figures flew over and revealed themselves. Then. It's Lu Ming, another Lu Ming. Someone exclaimed. Xian Yanqing's combat strength. There were actually 2 Lu Mings. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some of them used their spiritual senses to scan the surroundings and realized that the 2 Lu Mings had the same aura. The only difference was that one of the Lu Mings had a martial aura. The other one was the Tao of inscription. 2 Lu Mings. What was going on? How was this possible? Many people were dumbfounded. They looked at this and that. Lu Ming, it's you. It seems like you were the one who caused a ruckus in the drunken immortal garden last time. Xia Qitian's eyes narrowed as he spoke. There were countless wonderful techniques in the world. Perhaps Lu Ming had cultivated some kind of wonderful technique, which was why he had 2 of them. It was similar to a clone technique. De was the calmest. He had long guessed that Lu Ming had a similar secret skill. Back then, he had clearly sensed that Lu Ming was in the Talisman Amulet sect. However, in the end, Lu Ming had appeared in the central continent's celestial capital. It was also because of this that he made the wrong judgment and gave Lu Ming a few more years to cultivate. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have grown to this stage. Who else could it be besides me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. A murderous look flashed in Xia Qitian's eyes. Many elites had died in the drunken immortal garden. Even Xia Zhen had become an idiot. He had been hunting for the murderer for the past few days, but he did not expect that the murderer was Lu Ming. He had even sneaked into the Abyss Demon territory and saved Xia Jiuyang and the others. His gaze swept past Lu Ming and landed on Xian Yanqing. Xia Qitian's gaze turned even colder. Xian Yanqing, you still dare to appear here? You're a traitor of the Xia family, yet you still dare to help outsiders to deal with the Xia family. A person walked out from the platform and shouted at Xia Nianqing. This person was Xia Qitian's younger brother, Xia Qiyu. He, rebellious? Help outsiders? It's ridiculous, the Xia family has treated me like this. I have no relationship with the Xia family. In my opinion, the Xia family is an outsider. Xia Nianqing sneered and looked at Xia Qiyu with a hint of mockery. How dare you, Xia Nianqing? Let me tell you, you are a member of the Xia family, and you will be a ghost of the Xia family in your death. You will obey the orders of the Xia family for all eternity. If you don't, you will be betraying your ancestors. Everyone will punish you. Xia Qiyu shouted. This is ridiculous, and shameless. Xiaofan laughed from the side. He glanced disdainfully at the people of the Xia clan and said, according to your logic, even if you are bullied, you can't resist? And be obedient? That's because you have a slave nature in you. When you meet a strong person, you can only be a slave. Such a family is rotten to the core. What do you want them for? Why don't we just destroy it? Many members of the Xia clan changed their expressions and glared at Xiaofan, but no one dared to speak. Xia Qiyu's face was cold, but he didn't dare to speak in front of Xiaofan. He could only turn his attention to Xia Nianqing and shout, Xia Nianqing, your father is right here, and your elders. If you don't kowtow and admit your mistake now, maybe I can spare your life. Bang! 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 As soon as Xia Qiyu finished speaking, Xia Nianqing stepped forward. Her lotus-like feet stepped in the air, making a loud sound. Xia Nianqing landed on the platform and said, I'm right here. If you have the ability, you can send people to capture me. This could be considered a challenge. Xia Nianqing is challenging the Xia family. Everyone from the Xia clan was silent. Send someone to take down Xia Nianqing, but who? Xia Nianqing was a member of the younger generation. They couldn't just send an old man who had cultivated for thousands of years. However, among the younger generation of the Xia family, who could be a match for Xia Nianqing? In the past, there was Xia Nianjuan, but now Xia Nianjuan was not here. After a long time, no one made a move. There's no need for the younger generation. No matter who they are, they can attack. Xia Nianqing's voice was heard. No matter what generation they were, they could attack. His words were like a slap to the faces of the Xia family. This was undoubtedly a form of irony. A person who was regarded as an outsider and a traitor by the Xia family was invincible among the younger generation. There was not even a single person who could be sent out. This caused the faces of many people from the Xia clan to burn. This stinky girl, she's doing this on purpose. She's deliberately embarrassing the Xia family. Xia Qiyu roared in his heart. Xia Nianqing, I'm here to get you. A tall and strong man stepped out. This person looked like he was almost 40 years old. In fact, he was already in his 50s or 60s, 2 generations older than Lu Ming and the rest. Bang! The man landed in front of Xia Nianqing, and a powerful aura burst out of his body. 8th level spiritual god realm. Xia Nianqing, surrender. The brawny man reached out his hand, and his vast vital essence condensed into a huge hand that grabbed at Xia Nianqing. Since you've made a move, you should be prepared to be killed. Xia Nianqing's voice was as cold as her eyes. She pressed forward with her jade-like hand. The sky demon force field pressed down on the brawny man. Boom! The brawny man didn't even have time to scream before his body suddenly exploded. Then, in the sky demon power field, he turned into ashes and dust. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. One move and he had instantly killed an 8th level spiritual god realm expert. He had turned an 8th level spiritual god realm expert into ashes in one move. What powerful strength! The scene was filled with powerhouses. Any supreme being or emperor could easily do this, but Xian Yanqing was only in his 20s. Xian Yanqing had always been with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's performance was too dazzling, causing everyone to ignore Xian Yanqing's existence. However, at this moment, everyone had to re-examine Xian Yanqing. There were only a few people in ancient times who could turn an 8th-level spiritual god realm expert into ashes with one move at this age. How can he be so strong? He's just a mutant. In the crowd, Xia Yan, Xian Yanlin, and the other Xia clan elites were all pale. Xian Yanqing's move dealt the biggest blow to the younger generation of the Xia family. In the past, Xian Yanqing was just an anomaly in their eyes. But now, he had far surpassed them. They found it hard to bear. Xia clan, who else wants to make a move? Xian Yanqing's cold voice sounded. The Xia family was silent. Who else is going to make a move? To be able to turn an 8th-level spiritual god into ashes in one move, Xian Yanqing's combat strength was at least at the perfected spiritual god realm. Could it be that the Xia clan had to send out a supreme martial artist to deal with a junior? How audacious, impudent, and ruthless. You killed your own kind. I must teach you a good lesson today. With a loud shout, Xia Qiyu stepped forward and his supreme aura pressed down on Xian Yanqing. He, a supreme martial artist who has cultivated for thousands of years, attacked a junior, and he even said it so arrogantly. How shameless! Lu Ming sneered, his voice was heard from afar. Xia Qiyu's face was burning. He could not be bothered with Lu Ming's words and walked toward Xian Yanqing step by step. Kneel down. Suddenly, Xia Qiyu shouted as his aura burst out, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Xian Yanqing. This was the pressure of a supreme martial artist. Not many people in the younger generation could resist it. They had to kneel down under this pressure. Chapter 1340 Triggered. However, Xian Yanqing didn't feel anything. Even his clothes didn't move. You're the one kneeling. Xian Yanqing pressed her hand forward, and the sky demon force field burst out, enveloping Xia Qiyu. The sky demon power field's powerful force field and terrifying destructive power instantly pressed down on Xia Qitian. Kacha. Xia Qiyu's expression changed drastically. It was as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on his body. His body trembled and he almost knelt down. Break! Xia Qiyu roared and used his domain to resist the sky demon force field. The demonic qi around Xian Yanqing grew thicker. A bead appeared between her brows. At this moment, the power of her sky demon power field was raised to the extreme. Xian Yanqing's jade-like hand pressed down in the air again. Boom! Xia Qiyu's domain crumbled as he roared and knelt down in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Bang! Xia Qiyu knelt down on the platform in front of Xian Yanqing. Ah! Xia Qiyu howled madly and struggled madly, his face turning the color of pig liver. As a supreme martial artist, it was already embarrassing for him to deal with a junior. However, in the end, not only did he fail to take down Xian Yanqing, but he was forced to kneel in front of her before the official battle even began. This was a great humiliation, and it was worse than killing him. He was angry, he roared, he struggled, but it was useless against Xian Yanqing's sky demon force field. Xian Yanqing had obtained the inheritance of a supreme figure in the demonic path. His demonic cultivation was extremely pure and powerful. Moreover, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had already reached the great circle of the spirit god realm. Killing an ordinary supreme being was a piece of cake for him. In front of Xian Yanqing, Xia Qiyu didn't have much power to resist. Kill! Die! Xian Yanqing shouted, his eyes cold. He took a step forward and pointed his fingers at Xia Qiyu like a sword. Some black lotus petals appeared on her fingertips and condensed into a lotus sword. "Impudent, you dare!" In the sky, a white-haired old man roared and stepped toward Xian Yanqing. His emperor's aura pressed down on Xian Yanqing. This was an emperor of the Xia clan. Boom! At the same time, the white-haired emperor sent out a palm print as large as a mountain toward Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's expression changed. With her strength, she could easily kill an ordinary supreme being, but there was still a gap between her and an emperor. Just as Xian Yanqing was about to leave Xia Qiyu behind to block the attack, a voice rang in her ear. Then, the lotus sword in her hand did not stop and slashed toward Xia Qiyu. "No!" Xia Qiyu shouted in fear. "Evil creature! Impudent!" Xia Qitian and the white-haired emperor roared from above. The white-haired emperor's palm print shone with a brilliant light, and its power was even more terrifying than Xian Yanqing's. A dignified emperor actually joined forces with others to deal with a junior. How shameless! "I'll be your opponent." A clear voice was heard. A young figure suddenly appeared in front of the white-haired elder. It was Lu Ming's clone. Lu Ming put his fingers together like a sword. A ray of sword light appeared and he slashed. The sword light easily split the white-haired elder's palm print in half. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash at the white-haired emperor. "Ah!" Below him, a scream was heard, and then it stopped abruptly. Fresh blood spurted out as Xia Qiyu's head flew far away. His spiritual god flew out, but was also annihilated by the destructive power of the sky demon power field. "Ah!" Before Xia Qiyu's body could fall, a scream came from above. The white-haired emperor retreated in a frenzy. His face was pale, and one of his arms had already disappeared. His eyes were filled with shock. If he had not retreated quickly, he would have been split in half by Lu Ming. "Kill!" Lu Ming stepped forward, his long robe fluttering in the wind. His killing intent was like the tide. Sword chi pulsed from his fingers as he slashed at the white-haired elder again. This sword was so powerful that it shook the sky and earth. The entire sky was split open by this sword. The terrifying sword power not only shocked the white-haired old man, but also the other emperors of the Xia family. It was too late for them to save him. Buzz! All of a sudden, a milky white holy light condensed into a long spear. It pierced through the void and shot toward Lu Ming. The terrifying power made Lu Ming's eyes narrow. The sword chi in his hand also changed direction and slashed at the holy light spear. Clang! With a deafening collision sound, the sword chi and the long spear both disappeared. Lu Ming's gaze turned to the sky. A gray-haired old man walked out from the dozen or so Xia family sovereigns. In his hand, holy light flickered and another long spear was formed. Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm. An emperor from the heaven-suppressing divine army spoke in a grave voice. The gray-haired old man was actually a Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm expert. "Xia Zhangqiong, he's Xia Zhangqiong." Someone exclaimed as they recognized this person. "So it's him." Everyone who had heard of this person's name felt a chill in their hearts. Xia Zhangqiong, the younger brother of the previous generation's old divine emperor, and the uncle of Xia Qitian. This person was shockingly talented, and his talent was even above the old divine emperor's. However, it was rumored that after he broke through to the emperor level, he went overseas in search of the Great Tao. Many people thought that he had long died overseas, but they didn't expect that he was still alive, guarding the sacred city. The Xia clan's hidden strength was indeed astonishing. It's true that there are talents in every generation. Lu Ming, your talent is unprecedented. Let me be your opponent. The spear of holy light in Xia Zhangqiong's hand grew brighter and brighter, piercing the sky. Xia Zhangqiong should be your opponent. At this moment, the old general of the heaven-suppressing divine army laughed. His aura burst out, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He stepped into the void and locked his aura on Xia Zhangqiong. Xia Zhangqiong's expression changed. The old general's cultivation was also at the peak of the second-level martial royal realm, which was not weaker than his. He did not dare to be careless. Traitors of the heaven-suppressing divine army will be executed today. Die! Xia Qitian shouted coldly as he released his aura. Boom! 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 Over a dozen sovereigns from the Xia family released their auras and pressed down on the heaven-suppressing divine army. The heaven-suppressing divine army didn't show any weakness either. More than 10 emperors released their auras and confronted the Xia family. The atmosphere was tense and a battle was about to break out. Buzz! A golden sword light shot up into the sky. Even among the auras of so many emperors, it was still brilliant and dazzling. It was De. He looked at Lu Ming's main body with killing intent. Lu Ming, it's time to deal with you. De's powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming. Bang! Xiaofan stepped forward, his demonic qi like a rainbow. De, I am your opponent. But a golden figure appeared in front of Xiaofan, blocking his path. Xiaofan, the previous battle was undecided. Let's continue today. The man said coldly. He was Di Hongcheng. Jiuyang and De. All the experts confronted each other, and a great battle was about to break out. At this moment, a voice rang out from afar. De, you and I will fight. Buzz! A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and confronted De. It was the supreme master of the 9 suns, Xia Jiuyang. Xia Jiuyang's entire body was bathed in flames. He was burning like a sun. Xia Jiuyang, do you want to fight with me? Hehe, although you've reached the martial royal realm, you're still far from being able to fight me. De smiled indifferently. De, the moment you killed me, we had nothing to do with each other. I have paid you back, but you haven't paid me back. We must fight. If we don't fight today, we won't have a chance in the future. Xia Jiuyang said. No more chances in the future? Xia Jiuyang, you know your own limits. You know that you will die today. De sneered. Xia Jiuyang shook his head. What I mean is that you are the one who will die today. That's why we won't have a chance to fight in the future. He said. I'm the one who's going to die. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Xia Jiuyang, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. De laughed and stepped forward. Golden light burst out from his body, and the golden sword qi was even more powerful. Lu Ming did not stop him. He knew that there was a knot in Xia Jiuyang's heart, which was De. He and De had to fight, no matter if they won or lost. Otherwise, Xia Jiuyang's knot in his heart would not be broken, and it would be difficult for him to make any further progress in his cultivation. Master, take the tower. Yan Kuang waved his hand, and the Emperor Spirit Tower flew toward Xia Jiuyang. Xia Jiuyang raised his hand and held the Emperor Spirit Tower in his hand. The Emperor Spirit Tower vibrated slightly, as if it had resonated with Xia Jiuyang. A circle of territory bloomed and combined with Xia Jiuyang. The Emperor Spirit Tower was a fire attribute Emperor Spirit weapon. Xia Jiuyang had awakened the 9 Yang bloodline. Now that he had broken through to the Emperor level and cultivated the 9 Yang divine body, his entire body was covered in the divine fire of the sun. As soon as the Emperor Spirit Tower was in Xia Jiuyang's hands, it was connected to his mind and was controlled by him. Of course, this was because Yan Kuangtu could not control it. After all, the Emperor Spirit Tower was refined by Yan Kuangtu first. If Yan Kuangtu deliberately controlled it, Xia Jiuyang would not be able to use it. Xia Jiuyang, so what if you have another Emperor's spiritual weapon? Do you think you can fight me? Kill! De shouted coldly. His palm was like a sword. He struck down, and a golden sword light slashed toward Xia Jiuyang. 9 Yang Divine Fist. An even more shocking flame burst out from Xia Jiuyang's body, as if the sun was burning. Boom! 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 Xia Jiuyang punched 9 times in a row. 9 fist forces, like 9 suns, shot toward De. The golden sword light slashed down, and the 9 sun-like fist forces were shattered one by one. Buzz! The Emperor's spirit tower shook and grew to the size of a mountain, crashing down on De. Boom! De's sword chi hit the Emperor's spirit tower and collapsed. Again. Xia Jiuyang roared. His territory spread out and merged with the territory of the Emperor's spirit tower. The power of the Emperor's spirit tower was even stronger than when it was in Yan Kuangtu's hands. It smashed toward De again. The Emperor soared. De's eyes were cold, and his sword chi whistled. A golden sword chi, like an emperor's sword, was released. It was filled with supreme majesty, as if everyone had to kneel down. The power of this sword was shocking. De began to show his strength at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm. Clang! The sword hit the Emperor's spirit tower. The Emperor's spirit tower shook violently and was sent flying by the sword radiance. Xia Jiuyang's body also trembled, and he took 9 steps back. After all, Xia Jiuyang's cultivation was only at the 1st level of the martial royal realm, and he had just broken through. He was far from De's level. Even with the king's spiritual weapon, he was no match for him. Emperor Sword, break the world. The sword chi soared into the sky and slashed down at Xia Jiuyang again. Xia Jiuyang continued to block with the Emperor's spirit tower. Clang! The sword chi struck the Emperor's spirit tower, which shook even more violently and was sent flying. This sword will kill you. De's cold voice rang out. He swung his sword at Xia Jiuyang's head. Master! Yan Kuangtu turned pale with fright. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn, but he did not help. Just as De's sword chi was about to hit Xia Jiuyang, a stone flew out from between Xia Jiuyang's eyebrows. As soon as the stone flew out, Xia Jiuyang's aura soared. He threw a punch and hit De's sword light. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the sword light was destroyed. That is the Divine Sunstone? It's really the Divine Sunstone. Many sovereigns stared at the stone between Xia Jiuyang's eyebrows and exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Yes, the stone between Xia Jiuyang's eyebrows was the Divine Sunstone. Lu Ming had cut it out of the Divine Ruins ancient mine during the Mu family's stone gambling event back in the Divine Ruins continent. The Divine Sun Stone was produced from the core of the sun, and it was seamless with Xia Jiuyang's body. Lu Ming had given the Divine Sun Stone to Xia Jiuyang when they broke out of the Abyss demonic realm. Xia Jiuyang was very shocked. He wanted to reject it as it was too valuable. However, Lu Ming said that he would only accept it after this battle. The Divine Sun Stone was indeed a perfect match for Xia Jiuyang's body constitution. Xia Jiuyang refined it slightly and it fused perfectly with him. As soon as the Divine Sun Stone appeared, Xia Jiuyang's cultivation temporarily skyrocketed with the help of the Divine Sun Stone's power, reaching the 2nd level of the Martial Emperor realm. De's eyes shone with a cold light. Like 2 sword lights, he stabbed at Xia Jiuyang. So what if you have the Divine Sun Stone? You'll still die. De's voice rang out, and the sword chi whistled, rushing toward Xia Jiuyang. Xia Jiuyang controlled the Emperor's spirit tower and smashed it at De. 9 Yang Divine Fist. Xia Jiuyang roared. His body glowed, and then, 9 suns emerged from his body. Kill! Xia Jiuyang rushed toward De, his fists constantly bombarding De. Boom! Boom! The sky was boiling as the two of them began a great battle. The scene was extremely shocking, and for a time, there was no clear winner. Heavens, he's really too strong. With such power, if it were to land on the ground, it would be able to pierce through the earth, right? In the sacred city, countless martial artists looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with deep shock. The power of a martial royal realm expert was already terrifying enough, not to mention a battle of De's level. The entire sacred city was glowing. Inscriptions appeared in every corner, forming a light screen. Occasionally, a powerful chi would fall from above, but it would be blocked by the light screen. Otherwise, the entire holy city would be destroyed. Xia Jiuyang can actually fight with Martial Emperor De? Some of the spectating sovereigns revealed expressions of shock. Xia Jiuyang's combat power was beyond imagination. Even if Xia Jiuyang had an emperor spiritual weapon, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the first-level martial emperor realm. An ordinary martial emperor could not fight with De even if he controlled an emperor spiritual weapon. But Xia Jiuyang had done it. The Battle of the Emperors. Xia Jiuyang's spirit body is very powerful. It's not an ordinary spirit body. Yes, Xia Jiuyang's spiritual body is the rare 9-yang divine body. It's not an ordinary spiritual body. Some of the emperors were discussing. In the sky, Martial Emperor De and Xia Jiuyang had exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. It was difficult to determine the winner. The more Martial Emperor De fought, the colder his eyes became, and the stronger his killing intent became. Evil disciple, die. Suddenly, De roared. A golden combat sword appeared in his hand, and the sword chi suddenly soared. An emperor's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. The sword in De's hand was undoubtedly an emperor's spiritual weapon. De finally took out his king's spiritual weapon. What shocked Lu Ming was that the emperor's spiritual weapon in De's hand was very similar to the one De Hongqing had taken out. They seemed to be the same type of emperor's spiritual weapon. Clang! De's sword hit the royal spirit tower and sent it flying. Then, the sword slashed toward Xia Jiuyang. After all, Xia Jiuyang's cultivation was far inferior to De's. After De took out his king's spiritual weapon, he was no match for him at all. He was sent flying by the sword and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. Master! Yan Kuangtu was shocked. Kill! De held the emperor's spiritual weapon sword in his hand. His killing intent was as cold as a knife as he charged toward Xia Jiuyang. He wanted to take Xia Jiuyang's life. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming rushed out. As he rushed out, the 9 streams of dragon energy in his body exploded. At the same time, the 9 dragon bloodlines and the 3rd bloodline appeared at the same time. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. He twisted his body and pounced at De, clawing at him. The dragon claw was covered in chaos intent. Lu Ming almost used all his strength in this move. Lu Ming, if you want to save him, I'll have to kill you first. De shouted coldly. His combat sword did not stop and slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's dragon claw grabbed the combat sword. Lu Ming could sense a terrifying sword aura. It was extremely sharp and seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. The chaos will of the dragon claw shook violently and was finally cut open. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the chaos will and landed on the 9 dragons. Buzz! The 9 dragons' huge bodies were sent flying hundreds of miles away. They stopped, and their bodies were covered with sword marks. De controlled the king's spiritual weapon and wielded it with all his strength. The power was really terrifying. Lu Ming could barely hold it down with all his strength, but his body with the 9-dragon bloodline was covered with wounds and almost collapsed. The power of the bloodline circulated, and the wounds on the 9 dragons' bodies quickly healed. Lu Ming, I told you. You can't save him. Di Yi's eyes were cold. He held his sword and continued to attack Xia Jiuyang. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and wanted to save him again. Buzz! A red-robed elder appeared in front of Lu Ming and slashed his sword at him. I'm your opponent. The red-robed old man was another expert at the peak of Lever 2 martial royal realm beside Di. His first move was extremely powerful. If you want to win by numbers, kill. On the other side, the barbarian emperor, Chu Luo, and the others shouted as they charged toward the red-robed elder. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Kill. The emperors of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace also moved, charging towards the barbarian emperor and the others. Damn it, let's go and fight. Fight. Boom. 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 A chaotic battle broke out. The emperors of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and Northern Plains started fighting. Each of them chose an opponent and flew into the sky, fighting. Clang! Xiaofan and Di Hongqing also made their moves. A blade light and a sword light almost tore the sky apart. The two of them fought high up in the sky, while the others stayed far away. Attack! On the other side, the emperor of the Xie family and the heaven-suppressing divine army also started to fight. The old general and Xie Zhangqiong engaged in a fierce confrontation. As for the 100 battles martial emperor, he was fighting the old sage emperor. Boom! 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 The sky above the sacred city was in chaos. Dozens of emperors attacked, and their destructive auras spread out for millions of miles. In the sacred city, if it wasn't for the protection of the endless inscription formation, and those emperors flying into the sky to fight, deliberately avoiding the sacred city would have long been reduced to ashes. Even so, the destructive aura was too terrifying. It made countless people in the sacred city tremble and kneel down. Even some of the supreme martial artists' faces turned pale. This kind of battle was too shocking. Even a supreme martial artist couldn't interfere. Once they were envelevered, they would be instantly turned into ashes. Yan Kuangtu, Xian Yanqing, and the others looked up with worried expressions. They wanted to interfere, but they realized that they couldn't do so at all. They could only watch. The supreme beings from all sides didn't make a move. They just looked up into the sky. They understood that the battle between the emperors in the sky was the battle that would determine the situation in the divine wilderness continent. Whichever emperor won would be the winner. Boom! The 9 dragons' dragon claws struck out and exchanged a blow with the red-robed old man. They were evenly matched. Lu Ming, I'll kill Xia Jiuyang first, then you. No one can save you today. Di sneered. The situation was clear. Their peak combat strength had the advantage. He and the red-robed old man were invincible. Di took a step forward and charged toward Xia Jiuyang. A battle to the death. Xia Jiuyang shouted. He intended to fight Di with his injured body. Tu Qian. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed. A burly figure appeared, holding a huge battle-axe, and chopped at Di and martial emperor. The power was shocking. Di's pupils shrank. He had no time to deal with Xia Jiuyang. He waved his sword and hit the giant axe. Clang! Tu Qian and Di's bodies trembled and they retreated. Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm? An Emperor's spiritual weapon? No, it's a puppet. Lu Ming, how do you have such a powerful puppet? Di's spiritual sense swept over Tu Qian and he roared in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had such a powerful puppet with him. Without a word, Tu Qian raised his battle axe and charged at De. Clang! De could only fight with Tu Qian. Tu Qian also controlled an emperor's spiritual weapon and was no weaker than De. The two strong people engaged in an intense battle. Xia Jiuyang's entire body was covered in flames. The power of the divine sun stone continued to flow into his body, and his injuries were quickly recovering. "Damn it, I'll kill you first!" The red-robed elder shouted as a golden combat sword appeared in his hand. It was an emperor's spiritual weapon, and this sword was almost exactly the same as the one in Di Yi's and Di Hongqing's hands. This kind of emperor's spiritual weapon seemed to come in a set. Lu Ming was even more certain that Di Yi's background was extraordinary. Di Yi's origin had always been mysterious. It seemed that he had suddenly appeared 10,000 years ago. "Who can you kill?" Just as the red-robed elder took out his emperor's spiritual weapon and was about to attack Lu Ming, a clear voice came from behind him. A terrifying sword chi slashed at the red-robed elder. The red-robed old man was shocked. He turned around quickly and slashed out with his sword, dispersing the sword chi. Lu Ming. The red-robed old man's eyes narrowed and his expression changed. Lu Ming was also behind him. Lu Ming's second body. The first Hell Emperor. "Old man, our battle has only just begun." Lu Ming's voice came out of the 9 dragons' mouths. Then, a lightning cauldron appeared and enlarged rapidly, smashing toward the red-robed elder. Roar! The 9 dragons twisted their bodies, and chaos intent permeated the air. They used the prison-suppressing heavenly art, and their 9 dragon claws clawed at the red-robed elder. At the same time, Ming Lian moved. He took a step forward and countless inscriptions appeared in the air. More than a dozen formations appeared at the same time. More than 100 giant chains formed and wrapped around the red-robed elder. Break! The red-robed elder struck out with his palm and sent the lightning cauldron flying. At the same time, he slashed horizontally with his golden sword, cutting off more than 100 chains. But at this moment, the 9 dragons attacked. The 9 dragon claws were suffused with a chaotic light and crushed the space. The red-robed elder was shocked by the power. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword chi whistled and mysterious runes appeared on Minglian's body, forming a terrifying killing formation. In a flash, he shot out 9 rays of sword chi. Each ray of sword chi was terrifyingly powerful, causing the red-robed old man to be afraid. Lu Ming's main body and secondary body had the same consciousness. When they worked together, it was seamless. The red-robed elder's pupils contracted as he controlled his emperor's spiritual weapon to release dozens of sword chi that covered his entire body. Although the power of the emperor's spiritual weapon was strong, the power of the dozens of sword chi was greatly reduced after the energy was dispersed. Boom! The 9 dragons' dragon claws slashed down, and more than a dozen sword chi were destroyed. On the other side, the sword chi that the second body slashed out also collided with the dozen sword chi and dissipated. However, as soon as the sword chi disappeared, another formation appeared in the sky. This time, there were both trapping and attacking formations. The dense light flooded towards the red-robed elder. The red-robed elder could only counterattack with all his might. For a moment, the red-robed elder was completely passive. The combat strength of Lu Ming's main body and secondary body was equivalent to the peak of the second-level martial royal realm, which was on par with the red-robed elder. However, when the main body and secondary body worked together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The combination of the two, one martial Dao and the other inscription Dao, was seamless. All kinds of trapping and attacking techniques poured down on the enemy like a storm, leaving the enemy no chance to breathe. Even though the red-robed elder was controlling the emperor's spiritual weapon, he could not form an effective counterattack at the moment. Under Lu Ming's storm-like attacks, he could only protect himself. This caused many of the spectators to be shocked. The two Lu Mings had joined forces to suppress a Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm expert who had an Emperor spiritual weapon. On the other side, Tu Qian completely disregarded his life and launched a crazy attack, firmly entangling De. At this time, Xia Jiuyang's injury had almost recovered. He joined the battle and attacked De with Tu Qian. The battle had entered a state of anxiety. The two sides fought intensely, and it was hard to tell who would win. Buzz. Just as Lu Ming and the red-robed elder were engaged in an intense battle, a faint air-piercing sound was heard behind Lu Ming. Then, a black sword light broke through the space and suddenly appeared behind the 9 dragons, stabbing at them. This time, it was very sudden. When the sword light stabbed, there was almost no fluctuation, and its speed was amazing. The 9 dragons wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The black sword light pierced into the bodies of the 9 dragons, and the terrifying sword chi surged wantonly. At the same time, a black-robed figure appeared. This person was skinny and his face was pale. His face was filled with ferocity. Die, Lu Ming. Die. How dare you kill my son, dark child? Die. The man roared with a ferocious expression. Bang! The bodies of the 9 dragons collapsed. But before the black-robed man could celebrate, a stone steel appeared, and an aura even more powerful than the 9-dragon bloodline exploded. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline shook and hit the black-robed man. At the critical moment, the black-robed man blocked it with the black sword in his hand, but his body was still shaken and he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. First Hell Emperor, you're looking for death. Lu Ming's murderous voice came from the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. The black-robed man was the first underworld emperor of the southern underworld. He was very powerful and had reached the 2nd level of the martial royal realm. However, he was only at the early phase of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm and did not have an emperor spiritual weapon. Lu Ming did not take it to heart. Buzz. At this moment, the red-robed old man finally seized the opportunity and slashed out with his sword. The sword chi slashed at the bottom of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. There was the remnant body of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline, which was indestructible. Clang! The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel vibrated. With the help of the power of the red-robed old man, it flew far away in the direction of the first emperor of the dead. The first Hell Emperor was shocked and wanted to escape. However, a formation suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Hundreds of chains wrapped around him. Ming Lian made his move. Open it! The first Emperor of the Dead shouted as he slashed out with his thin black sword, trying to cut the chains apart. However, his cultivation was far inferior to the red-robed elders, and he didn't have an Emperor spiritual weapon. He only managed to cut off a few chains, and more chains wrapped around him. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel had already arrived. It was filled with the chaotic will and was about to suppress the first Emperor of the Dead. He dares to be distracted. Just in time to get rid of one. Kill. On the other side, the red-robed old man was overjoyed, and his eyes emitted a ferocious light. The sword chi of the combat sword in his hand surged and he attacked Ming Lian's second body. In his opinion, Lu Ming's decision to kill the first Emperor of the Dead was foolish. This way, he could kill the second one first. As long as he killed one, the other one would not be a threat. A terrifying sword light slashed towards the second body. However, the second figure's expression was calm. He took a few steps back, and wherever he passed by, a formation appeared. Break, break, break. The red-robed elder slashed out with his combat sword. It was as if he was breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He split apart the great formations and attacked them one after another. The killing formation on the second body glowed even brighter. Sword chi shot out, but they were all split apart by the red-robed elder's combat sword. The red-robed elder approached Lu Ming's side rapidly. At this moment, Ming Lian's clone's glabella lit up. Two sword lights suddenly appeared and shot toward the red-robed elder at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, the cry of a phoenix could be heard from the two sword lights. Not good. The red-robed elder's heart trembled. These two sword lights gave him a sense of danger, and all the hair on his body stood up. At the critical moment, he could not be bothered to chase after Lu Ming. He retracted his combat sword to defend and slashed at the two sword gleams. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as the two sword radiances were sent flying by the red-robed elder. However, his arm was also slightly numb. What a powerful force! This is. The red-robed old man was secretly shocked. When he saw the true body of the two sword lights, his eyes slightly narrowed. They were two small swords, about the length of a palm, and they looked like two feathers. The faint cry of a phoenix could be heard. That's right, these two small swords were made from phoenix feathers. Chapter 1344 Turning the Tide. Back then, Lu Ming had obtained 5 phoenix feathers when he first followed the ancient city of desolation to an island in the heaven realm. After that, when Ming Lian's clone entered the secret realm of the Saint Mansion and received the inheritance of the mysterious Sky Saint, Lu Ming gave him some things related to the Tao of Inscription, including most of the forging materials. Over the years, Ming Lian had refined the 5 phoenix feathers into 5 flying swords with the improvement of his cultivation. Lu Ming called them the Phoenix Feather Flying Swords. The Phoenix Feather Flying Sword was incomparably sharp and indestructible. Its power was astonishing. Just now, he had used 2 swords to force the red-robed old man to defend himself. Ah! On the other side, a scream was heard. The first emperor of the dead was no match for Lu Ming. Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, the first emperor of the dead's body cracked and blood spurted out. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel pressed down for the second time. The first emperor of the dead's body was torn into pieces, and his spiritual spirit was also blown apart. His body and spirit were destroyed. The strongest emperor of the southern underworld became the first emperor to be killed after the battle began. The one who killed him was Lu Ming. In the sacred city, countless martial artists who saw this scene could not help but gasp. The number 1 emperor of the underworld of the southern underworld. In the past, he was definitely an unrivaled figure who could move unhindered in the world. With a stomp of his foot, not just the southern underworld, but the entire divine wilderness continent would be shaken by him. In the past, such a figure was like a legend, weighing down on the hearts of countless warriors. He was a figure that made everyone tremble with fear when mentioned. However, such a peerless figure had died just like that. He had been killed by an even stronger expert. Buzz! After killing the first emperor of the dead, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel trembled and suppressed the red-robed elder. Detestable! The red-robed old man roared in his heart. His sword chi madly slashed towards the second body. However, his second body cultivated the Tao of Inscriptions and had many methods. All kinds of formations appeared continuously, some to trap the enemy, some to disturb the enemy, some to defend, some to attack, and all sorts of attacks. At the same time, the second body's killing formation and the 2 phoenix feather flying swords were shockingly powerful. The red-robed elder did not dare to be careless. For a moment, although he forced the second body to retreat, he could not do anything to the second body. Boom! The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel had arrived and was pressing down on the red-robed old man. Above it, the chaos will crushed over and the void was collapsing, making it difficult for the red-robed old man to breathe. Clang! The red-robed old man held the sword with both hands and slashed at the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and it was sent flying. However, the terrifying power of the prison-suppressing steel also made the red-robed old man's expression change. It was as if he had been hit by hundreds of mountains, and his body was forced to take a few steps back. On the other side, the second body had also arrived. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two phoenix feather flying swords were extremely sharp and as fast as lightning. They were almost invisible to the naked eye as they stabbed at the red-robed elder. The red-robed elder used 120% of his energy to block them. The space fluctuated, and the second body walked in the air, approaching the red-robed elder step by step. With every step, a large array appeared in the void. He's too difficult to deal with. The red-robed old man's heart was trembling. His eyes were filled with anger and he felt extremely aggrieved. Lu Ming was too difficult to deal with. In terms of combat strength, he had an emperor spiritual weapon and was definitely stronger than Lu Ming. Lu Ming's main body and secondary body were no match for him. He would be suppressed or even killed. However, when the two of them were used together, their power would increase by several times and they would have endless means. Even if he had combat strength, he would not be able to use it. If he was not careful, he would be in danger. Die! He roared and burst with genuine vitality. He madly slashed out with the combat sword in his hand. Golden sword light kept slashing out in all directions, forming a terrible storm of sword chi. Boom! Boom! One after another, the formations were broken and destroyed. Lu Ming's main body and secondary body sneered coldly. They did not attack. Instead, their secondary body inscribed arrays and bombarded the red-robed elder. Controlling an emperor weapon was an extremely taxing task, and his true essence would not last long under the red-robed elder's ferocious attacks. Sure enough, a moment later, the red-robed old man began to pant heavily as his true essence was severely consumed. No, we can't go on like this. I'll meet up with DE first. We'll work together and cooperate. The situation will be much better. The red-robed elder thought to himself. He realized that he would be too passive if he were to fight Lu Ming alone. He would not be able to unleash his full power. If he were to cooperate with the others, he would be able to kill Lu Ming with lightning speed. Thinking of this, he was about to rush toward Martial Emperor De. At this moment, Lu Ming's main body and secondary body had cold glints in their eyes. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel that Lu Ming's main body had transformed into glowed brightly. It was as large as a mountain and was surrounded by a chaotic artistic conception. A powerful force surged into his third bloodline. The prison-suppressing steel unleashed the prison-suppressing heavenly art and launched a powerful attack at the red-robed elder. At the same time, he shouted and two phoenix feather flying swords flew toward the red-robed elder. As for the second body, the patterns on its body formed a terrifying killing formation. The second body was the core of the killing formation, and endless sword chi surged and gathered into one. The second body turned into a beam of sword chi and attacked the second body. Lu Ming launched his most powerful attack at the red-robed elder. Emperor Sword, destroy the firmament. The red-robed elder madly circulated his true essence and slashed out 2 times. 2 sword chi as large as mountains slashed at the main body and the second body. Clang! The prison-guarding steel collided with a sword chi. The sword chi dissipated, and the prison-guarding steel flew out. On the other side, it was a battle of sword chi. Sword chi whistled and shot out in all directions. The 2 phoenix feather flying swords and the second body were also blocked. However, at this moment, 3 more sword lights shot out from the second body's glabella. There were 3 more phoenix feather flying swords. The 3 phoenix feather flying swords were beyond the red-robed elder's expectations. The 2 sword strikes just now were at the moment when he was exhausted and needed time to catch his breath. However, Lu Ming had long calculated the timing and grasped it perfectly. At this moment, he launched a fatal blow. The red-robed elder's pupils rapidly contracted as he roared in his heart, "No!" The 3 phoenix feather flying swords pierced through the red-robed elder's body. One was from his glabella, one was from his heart, and the other was from his dantian. All 3 places were vital points. The red-robed elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not believe that he would die in this battle, killed by Lu Ming. Then, the red-robed old man's corpse fell to the ground. A peak emperor at the 2nd level of the martial royal realm with an emperor's spiritual weapon had been killed. The sacred city was in an uproar. This was a battle that could turn the tide of the battle. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had lost a peak expert in battle. Who could stop Lu Ming next? High up in the sky, the battle between the sovereigns was getting more and more intense. There were also casualties among the emperors. Some of the sovereigns were injured, and there were even sovereigns who died on the spot, their blood spraying through the sky. The battle was extremely tragic. The usually high and mighty emperor was going to be bathed in blood and killed today. If he was not careful, he would die. Lu Ming, Battle God, 1. However, even though the emperors were fighting, they were also paying attention to the battlefield. At this moment, when they saw that Lu Ming had killed the red-robed elder, the emperor of the northern plains and the heaven-suppressing divine army, their morale was greatly boosted and they attacked like a rainbow. On the other hand, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was the complete opposite of the Xia clan. Everyone was shocked. How is that possible? Someone shouted. A peak 2nd level martial royal realm expert with an emperor's spiritual weapon had been killed by Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Would this battle be turned around because of Lu Ming? Boom! On the battlefield closest to Lu Ming, Tu Qian, Xia Jiuyang, and Martial Emperor De exchanged a blow and both parties retreated. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming's main body and secondary body broke through the void and appeared beside Martial Emperor De, forming a pincer attack. Join forces to besiege me. That's good. We'll kill them all. At this moment, Martial Emperor De was still very powerful, and his eyes were like swords. De, I don't need to gang up on you to kill you. Today, I'm going to settle the score with you. Lu Ming said, locking his aura on Martial Emperor De. Senior Jiuyang, Tu Qian, you go help the others. Leave De to me. Lu Ming's voice was heard. Yes. Tu Qian listened to Lu Ming's instructions. He would do whatever Lu Ming said. He nodded and flew away to join the other battle groups. With a swing of the axe, an emperor was immediately cut in half. Not good. Let's join forces and form a battle formation. An emperor roared. Tu Qian's participation had undoubtedly broken the balance. Some emperors roared, and some of them gathered together to form a battlefield and defend with all their might. This way, he could barely deal with Tu Qian. Lu Ming, said Xia Jiuyang. He was a little worried for Lu Ming. Senior Jiuyang, it doesn't matter. De and I must make a decision today. Lu Ming said. Then be careful. Xia Jiuyang warned before he also charged towards the other emperors. Lu Ming's team started to gain the upper hand. In the beginning, they had fewer emperors on their side and were at a slight disadvantage. However, the situation had now reversed. After Xia Jiuyang left, only Martial Emperor De and Lu Ming were left. Boom! The two sides stood opposite each other, their killing intent rumbling. After many years, Lu Ming finally stood in front of De and fought him. Along the way, Lu Ming had experienced endless dangers and hardships. He had finally reached this point and reached his current combat strength, which was enough to fight with De. Because of the blood essence of the 9 dragons, the two of them had become enemies, and there was bound to be a battle. Buzz! Heat waves spread out from Lu Ming's spine, and a blood-red light permeated the air. It was the abnormal movement of the 9-dragon bloodline. At the same time, a blood-red light spread out from Martial Emperor De's body, and a faint dragon roar could be heard. 9-dragon blood essence. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Through the 9-dragon bloodline, he could sense the 9-dragon blood essence in Martial Emperor De's body. Unlike Lu Ming, De's blood essence of 9 dragons was not awakened. Instead, it was integrated into the body. When De got the blood essence of 9 dragons, he was already in the Martial Emperor realm. He couldn't use it to awaken his bloodline. He could only use it to refine. Kill. De did not want to delay any longer. He rose up and rushed toward Lu Ming. Bang! 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 The second body stepped into the void, and large formations appeared one after another. All kinds of trapping and attacking formations emitted all kinds of light and blasted toward Martial Emperor De. At the same time, the sword Qi whistled, and 5 phoenix feather flying swords stabbed toward De. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, carrying the chaos concept, also attacked De. De's combat strength was very strong, even slightly stronger than the red-robed elder. However, he was also caught up in the situation of the red-robed elder. He was embarrassed by the joint attack of Lu Ming's main body and second body. He could not exert his strength at all. After fighting for a while, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Lu Ming, I'll show you my strongest combat power today. Martial Emperor De let out a furious roar. His body began to glow. All kinds of light emitted from De's body. These rays of light condensed into all sorts of strange phenomena. There were true dragons dancing in the air, phoenixes screeching, even qilin stepping in the air, divine birds flying in the sky, and iron swords flying in all directions. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared on De's body. Lu Ming even saw 9 dragons among them. 10,000 meridian spirit body. De let out a long roar, and his body exuded a terrible fluctuation. Buzz! Buzz! De's combat power was greatly enhanced. His golden sword swept across the sky, and sword Qi cut through everything. The formation set up by the Ming Lian clone was instantly destroyed by the sword Qi. Clang! The combat sword hit the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. The bloodline shook violently and flew far away. Fortunately, he had the fragment of the prison-guarding steel's original body, which greatly increased his defense. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not dare to fight it head-on. His blood meridian would have been scattered. Ding! 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 The 5 phoenix feather flying swords were sent flying, and the second body was the same, retreating continuously. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. De's combat power suddenly increased greatly, all because of the strange phenomenon of his body. Lu Ming guessed that De must have cultivated a powerful spirit body. The spirit body that he cultivated with the blood essence of 10,000 spirits was far more powerful than ordinary spirit bodies when it exploded. Spirits of all living things, kill! De shouted. The various creatures in his body suddenly roared and turned into a rainbow light, rushing toward Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming saw the shadows of a 9-dragon, a true dragon, and a qilin among them. They exuded a shocking aura as they charged toward Lu Ming. The prison-suppressing steel trembled as it unleashed the prison-suppressing heavenly art. It was infused with the chaos intent and was constantly bombarded. Bang! 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 The rumbling sounds continued. De, holding his sword, attacked Ming Lian's clone. "I'll kill you first," De said coldly. In his eyes, the secondary body was even more difficult to deal with. It had many tricks up its sleeve. As long as he killed the secondary body first, Lu Ming's main body would not be a threat. "De, you think you can kill me? Today, I'll show you something." Ming Lian's face was calm and he smiled. Buzz. Ming Lian waved his hand, and a scroll flew out. It then grew rapidly and enveloped Martial Emperor De. All Formation Illustration, Lian Cang's All Formation Illustration. Martial Emperor De shouted angrily. "Then I'll let you have a taste of the power of the All Formation Illustration again." As he refined his second body, the golden mental energy fire between his eyebrows jumped. On the All Formation picture, endless light shone. It was a large formation, a dense large formation. The arrays lit up and countless terrible attacks flew out to attack De. Whoosh! Whoosh! De held the battle sword in his hand. The sword chi whistled and madly slashed out, destroying the attacks one after another. However, the million array diagram had endless arrays and endless attacks. It seemed to be endless and kept attacking De. Without a doubt, the All Formation Illustration was also an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Back then, Lian Cang's cultivation was only at level 1 Martial Royal Realm, while De was at level 2 Martial Royal Realm. If it were not for the magic of the Million Formation Illustration, how could Lian Cang have the chance to leave a trace of imprint and rush into the deep underground when De sneaked an attack on him? The Nine Heavens Bronze Man. Back then, Lian Cang was an alchemist and controlled the Emperor's spiritual weapon, the All Formation Illustration. He had many mysterious and unpredictable techniques. That was why De had launched a sneak attack. Even so, Lian Cang had left a trace of his imprint and escaped into the ground. The All Formation Illustration was severely damaged. Over the years, Ming Lian's clone had been cultivating hard in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. At the same time, with the improvement of his cultivation, he had also repaired the All Formation diagram. Now, the All Formation diagram had been repaired by 80 to 90%. Under the control of the clone, its power was amazing. Ming Lian's second body already had the combat strength of a peak level 2 Martial Royal Realm expert. With the 5 phoenix feather flying swords, it was even more powerful. Now that he had taken out the All Formation picture, his combat strength was almost the same as De's. De could only focus all his attention on dealing with Ming Lian's clone. Buzz. At this time, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel shook and suppressed De. "Damn it!" De roared in his heart. He split a part of his mind to resist Lu Ming's main body. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel weighed hundreds of millions of pounds, which made De's body shake. At the same time, Ming Lian's second body seized the opportunity to launch a storm of attacks. Get sleepy. There were at least 100 trapping formations in the formation picture. They all tried to trap De. De shouted angrily and tried his best to fight. Unfortunately, he was at a disadvantage in the end. After the Ming Lian clone took out the All Formations diagram, the combat power of the main body and the clone had surpassed De. De tried his best to resist, but after dozens of moves, he was completely suppressed and had almost no power to fight back. Whoosh! 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 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced through the void. They were so fast that even ordinary emperors could not see them clearly. They were aimed at De's 5 vital points. De wielded his sword to block it. Although he managed to block it, the prison-guarding steel pressed down again. De shouted angrily and could only cover his body with his territory and vital essence. Boom! The realm and genuine vitality shook violently and were destroyed by the prison-suppressing steel. Di's body shook violently. Even though he had cultivated the spirit body of 10,000 meridians, he could not withstand it. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Di's myriad meridian spirit body was very terrifying. If he cultivated it to perfection, its power would be amazing. Unfortunately, he had not cultivated it perfectly and had not completely succeeded. Therefore, he had always wanted to get Lu Ming's 9 dragon blood essence. De is injured. Many people's hearts trembled. De was injured and he was not Lu Ming's match. Was the winner going to be decided this time? Boom! Boom! De was injured. Lu Ming launched an even more intense attack. A phoenix feather flying sword almost pierced through De's heart and went through his shoulder, bringing out a stream of blood. De's face turned even paler. Although the phoenix feather flying sword did not hit his vital parts, the terrible sword qi and destructive power still made him more seriously injured. The more serious his injuries were, the more difficult it would be for him to resist Lu Ming. Under the pressure of the prison-suppressing steel, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered, and his breath was weak. "I'm sleepy." The second body shouted, and the all formations diagram glowed. Large formations emerged one after another, enveloping De. De roared and tried his best to fight back, but this time, he could not rush out. On his body, all kinds of true dragons and phoenixes were trembling, as if they would collapse at any moment. De, today is the day you die. Lu Ming's cold voice came from the prison defending Monument's bloodline. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the 9-dragon bloodline flew out of the prison-suppressing steel. It opened its mouth and roared. The devouring power burst out and enveloped De and Martial Emperor. 9-dragon blood essence, strip. Lu Ming shouted and his devouring power increased rapidly. One of the unusual signs on De's body was a 9-dragon. At this time, the 9 dragons were swallowed by the devouring power and involuntarily flew to the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming wanted to take away a drop of 9 dragons' blood essence from Martial Emperor De. Don't even think about it. Martial Emperor De tried his best to resist. Whoosh! 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 5 phoenix feather flying swords shot out. De blocked 4 of them, but he was stabbed by one, which almost cut off half of his body. Roar! At this time, the 9-dragon bloodline roared. The 9-dragon phenomenon on De's body flew toward the 9-dragon bloodline. At the same time, a drop of blood essence appeared on De's body. The dragon roared and flew toward Lu Ming. The blood essence of the 9 dragons was extracted. De was unwilling, but he could only watch helplessly. Whoosh! The blood essence of the 9 dragons flew into the mouths of the 9 dragons and disappeared. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons let out a shocking roar as if it was very satisfied, and its aura bloomed. Xiaofan, if you don't make a move now, when will you? Suddenly, De let out an angry roar. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. 9 Heavens Bronze Man, come out. Xiaofan's loud voice came from the sky. Thump. Thump. Boom. As soon as Xiaofan's voice fell, violent tremors suddenly came from 9 different directions in the sacred city. 9 powerful auras soared into the sky. Then, everyone saw 9 golden rays of light rush up and fly into the sky. That's a bronze man. Lu Ming saw that the 9 beams of light were clearly 9 bronze men. They were golden all over and cast in brass. They were more than 3 meters tall and dense inscriptions appeared on their bodies. Their auras were extremely powerful, and each of them was an emperor, equivalent to a first-level martial emperor. The 9 bronze men flew up into the sky and joined the battle, forcing the 9 sovereigns back. Combine with the bronze man. Xia Qitian's voice was heard again. At this moment, from the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, 9 sovereigns flew towards the 9 bronze men. It was as though they were performing a bloodline fusion. The 9 sovereigns directly fused into the bronze men and disappeared. The auras of the 9 bronze men began to rise rapidly. He broke through the Lever 1 Martial Royal Realm and stepped into the Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm. He continued to improve until he reached the peak of the Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm. Peak of the 2nd level Martial Royal Realm, 9 peak of the 2nd level Martial Royal Realm. Not good. Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Kill! Kill! The 9 bronze men roared and charged towards the heaven-suppressing divine army and the Emperor of Northern Plains. A peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm expert was too powerful. An ordinary Lever 1 Martial Royal Realm expert would not be able to resist him. Instantly, screams were heard. Lu Ming saw that 5 sovereigns were killed in an instant. On the side of Northern Plains, there were mountain-breaking Martial Emperor, Heavenly Wind Martial Emperor, and the heaven-suppressing divine army was even worse off. 3 Martial Emperors were killed at once. 5 Martial Royal Realm experts were killed just like that. The other 4 bronze men were blocked by Tu Qian, Xia Jiuyang, and the Baijian Martial Emperor. Otherwise, the losses would have been even greater. Not good. That's the 9 heavens bronze man of the Xia clan. The 9 heavens bronze man of the Xia clan is still here. Retreat, quickly retreat. The heaven-suppressing Divine Legion and Northern Plains experts all shouted in fear. It was said that when the ancient Saint dynasty was first established, the first Saint Emperor had gathered all the experts in the world and used countless precious materials to create 9 bronze men. Each bronze man was extremely mysterious and powerful. However, it was said that the 9 bronze men of the Xia clan had been destroyed in countless wars over the years. It was unexpected that they were still here. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, out. The moment the 9 bronze men appeared, they were controlled by 9 emperors. Their combat strength reached the peak of Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm, instantly turning the tide of the battle. Boom! De took advantage of Lu Ming's distraction to burst out. His body was burning like a flame. He broke out of the encirclement and flew high into the sky. Lu Ming, you're the ones who will die today. You're no match for me. De roared, his body filled with cold killing intent. Gather, gather together. The warring Martial Emperor gathered everyone. The Xia family's foundation was too shocking. No wonder it was said that the holy city had never been breached in the history. Who could rival such a powerful foundation? Under the control of the 9 Martial Emperors, the 9 bronze men were equivalent to the peak of the 2nd level Martial Emperor realm. 9 peak of the 2nd level Martial Emperor realm. How powerful was their combat power? Baijian Martial Emperor, Tu Qian, Xia Jiuyang, Barbarian Emperor, Yuexin Martial Emperor, and the others gathered together and looked at the 9 bronze men cautiously. Kill, exterminate them. Xia Qitian gave the order. Kill. Kill. The 9 bronze men were 3 meters tall. They stepped in the air, and the air they stepped on exploded continuously. They formed an arc and headed toward the Baijian Martial Emperor and the others. Beside them were Xia Qitian and the rest of the sovereigns. They've won. The Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace will definitely win. There is no longer any suspense in this battle. From now on, the Divine Wilderness Continent will be the world of the Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. In the sacred city, many people who were watching the battle sighed. They felt that there was no longer any suspense in this battle. The Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would definitely win. With the appearance of the 9 bronze men, the outcome of the battle was set. Some people sighed. This battle was too exciting. In the Battle of the Emperors, Even the lives of emperors were like grass. Up until now, more than 10 emperors had fallen. This battle would be recorded in history and spread throughout the ages. A battle to the death. The battle martial emperor roared. Kill! Tu Qian held a battle axe in his hand as he charged towards a bronze man and chopped down with his axe. As for the bronze man, he punched out. Clang! Tu Qian controlled the emperor's spiritual weapon, and his battle strength was even stronger. He sent one of the bronze men flying with his axe. I'm not injured. The hearts of the warring martial emperor and the others trembled. Although Tu Qian had sent one of the bronze men flying and had the upper hand, the bronze man was completely fine. Only a shallow mark had appeared on his fist. It was too hard. Even an emperor's spiritual weapon couldn't damage it, so how could they fight it? A hint of despair flashed in the eyes of the warring martial emperor and the others. 3 of us will deal with this puppet. The others, kill them all. Don't let a single one of them go. A voice came from one of the bronze men. Buzz! Buzz! A few of the bronze men started to surround Tu Qian, while the others attacked the Baijian martial emperor and the others. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of the warring martial emperor and the others. They were Lu Ming's main body and secondary body. At this moment, Lu Ming's main body had already returned to its human form. Leave these 9 bronze men to me. You guys go deal with the others. Lu Ming said. What? The warring martial emperor and the others were stunned. The 9 bronze men were given to Lu Ming? Lu Ming wanted to deal with the 9 bronze men alone? How was this possible? Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong and he might be able to deal with 2 or even 3 of them, how could he be a match for so many 9 heavens bronze men? These were 9 bronze men at the peak of the 2nd-level martial emperor realm. They were so hard that even an emperor's spiritual weapon could not break them. Even a 3rd-level martial emperor might not be able to do anything to them. Lu Ming, if we work together, there might still be hope. That's right. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. The barbarian emperor, martial emperor Yuexin, and the others chimed in. Kill Lu Ming first. Since he's looking for death, then kill him first. High up in the sky, Xia Qitian shouted. Kill! Kill! Boom! 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 The 9 bronze men charged at Lu Ming one after another. When the 9 bronze men attacked together, they seemed to be able to shatter some of the metal. Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, suppress. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. They opened their mouths and roared. 9 huge cauldrons appeared from the mouths of the 9 dragons. As soon as the cauldrons appeared, they grew rapidly and were as large as mountains. They smashed toward the 9 bronze men. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. You brought the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. In the sky, Martial Emperor De shouted in fear. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, which had never moved, was refined by an ancient expert to suppress the 9 dragon veins. In history, Lu Ming was the only one who had made the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron move once, and he had done so by relying on his 9 dragon bloodline. Even De, who had obtained a drop of 9 dragon blood essence, had refined it into his body in order to practice the spiritual body of 10,000 meridians. Therefore, he could not touch the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Moreover, if the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron was too far away from the 9 dragon veins, the dragon veins would riot, and the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron would fly back. Most importantly, why didn't anyone in 9 Dragons tell Lu Ming that he had taken the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron? Roar! The 9 dragons roared, and the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron pressed down on the 9 bronze men. Break! The 9 bronze men attacked at the same time and punched out. Thump! Boom! It was as if 2 metal mountains had crashed into each other. The sound waves from the collision of metal made some ordinary emperors pale, and the true essence covering their bodies trembled. Bang! 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 Then, the 9 bronze men were sent flying far away like a cannonball. This. How is that possible? Xia Qitian and the others were stunned. The 9 bronze men fell to the ground. They were no match for Lu Ming and were sent flying. How was this possible? On the other hand, the expressions of the warring martial emperor and the others were completely different. They were all ecstatic. Suppress! Lu Ming shouted as the 9 cauldrons continued to press down on the 9 bronze men. Back when Lu Ming was still in the spiritual ocean realm and his 9-dragon bloodline was only at the 2nd level of the divine level, he could control the divine 9-dragon cauldron to fight against a supreme. In the end, the 9 cauldrons gathered and he could even fight against Di's avatar. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation level was many times stronger than it had been in the past. His 9-dragon bloodline had also reached the 9th level of the divine level. Naturally, the power of the divine 9-dragon cauldron he controlled was many times stronger. He completely crushed the 9 bronze men. Boom! 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 The divine 9-dragon cauldron pressed down on the 9 bronze men. The bodies of the 9 bronze men trembled violently. The patterns on them emitted a brilliant light, as if they were burning. However, in just a few breaths, it seemed to have been completely burned out, and the light on the bronze man's body quickly dimmed. Then, with 9 consecutive bangs, the 9 bronze men exploded. The 9 heavens bronze men, the 9 bronze men forged by the first Saint Emperor of the Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty, finally exploded into pieces under the bombardment of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The 9 sovereigns who had fused with the bronze men and controlled them didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes. The 9 bronze men had been destroyed. The scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone seemed to be in disbelief at the scene they had just seen. Whoosh! At this moment, a corpse fell from the sky. Di Hongqing, it was Di Hongqing, he was killed. A figure flickered and Xiaofan appeared, his demonic qi soaring to the sky. Di escaped. After all, Xiaofan was stronger than Di Hongqing. He had finally killed Di Hongqing. Xiaofan had naturally been paying attention to the battle this entire time, so he knew everything that was happening. Let's attack together and decide the winner. Xiaofan's voice rang out, his killing intent as sharp as a blade. Attack! Kill! The warring martial emperor, Tsulua, barbarian emperor, and the others were all filled with fighting spirit as they charged towards the remaining sovereigns of the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. As for the remaining sovereigns of the Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, they didn't have any fighting spirit at all. Lu Ming is invincible. Run! Let's go! The sovereigns of the Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were almost scared out of their wits. At this moment, they no longer had any intention to fight and turned to run. Clang! Clang! The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook and suppressed all directions, blocking the way. Buzz! Martial Emperor De suddenly rushed in one direction. The battle was over, and De was ready to escape. De, where are you going? Lu Ming shouted, and the 2 divine 9-dragon cauldrons pressed down on De. Thump! Thump! De blocked it with his king's spiritual weapon, but it was not of much use. The sword hummed and De spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his body and he almost exploded. Burn! Martial Emperor De roared, and the true dragons, phoenixes, and other phenomenons around him suddenly burned. His aura suddenly soared several times. Buzz! Martial Emperor De turned into a rainbow light and rushed out of the encirclement, flying into the distance. Chase! Without hesitation, Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and chased after Martial Emperor De. At the same time, he secretly instructed Tu Qian to bring men to kill the remaining emperors of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. After being surrounded by the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the remaining sovereigns of the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were surrounded by Tu Qian, the Baijian Martial Emperor, and the others. He didn't need to worry about this place anymore. The overall situation had already been set. Although there were still some sovereigns left in the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, they were not too strong. Xia Zhangqiong was being held back by the old general, but the two of them were still fighting. On Lu Ming's side, there were experts like Tu Qian, Xiaofan, the warring Martial Emperor, and Xia Jiuyang. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them instantly left. In the imperial city, another battle broke out, but there was no suspense in this battle. The sovereigns of the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were all killed here. Lu Ming and De, one chasing and one escaping, traveled tens of thousands of miles in an instant. The second body took a step forward and disappeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. At the same time, runes appeared on Lu Ming's main body. These were all auxiliary runes that increased his speed. Lu Ming's speed increased greatly and he began to catch up with De and Martial Emperor. De, you've lost. Where do you want to go? Lu Ming's voice rang out. He activated the wind element technique and his speed increased. De's face was pale, and his eyes were cold and full of killing intent. Without saying a word, he gritted his teeth and fled. His body was burning with flames, which made him move at an astonishing speed. De was burning his spirit body of 10,000 meridians. Lu Ming, don't be happy too soon. I'm going to tear you into pieces this morning. De roared in his heart. His desire to kill Lu Ming was extremely strong. He had cultivated for 10,000 years, plundering all kinds of bloodlines and using the essence blood of various experts to cultivate the spirit body of 10,000 meridians. He was just a little bit away from completing his cultivation. But now, all his previous efforts were in vain. In order to escape, he had burned the 10,000 meridian spirit body, turning all his hard work over the years into nothing. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, broke through the void at an astonishing speed and traveled through the alternate dimension. Not long later, he crossed Central Continent and arrived in Northern Plains. After that, he flew towards the endless ocean. Damn it! Martial Emperor De roared in his heart and became more and more anxious. He was already seriously injured, and after the long journey, his injuries had worsened. At this rate, Lu Ming would catch up to him. He was not willing to die here. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and revealed a determined expression. Lu Ming, just you wait. De let out a roar, and the flames on his body suddenly rose. Explode! Burn! De roared. Then, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He passed through layers of space and went far away at a high speed. The distance between him and Lu Ming was rapidly widening. This fellow. Lu Ming also admired De's decisiveness. He could see that De had completely burned his spirit body. His 10,000 meridian spirit body could be considered to have been cultivated in vain. Even if he escaped, De's realm might not be able to maintain it and would regress. In the future, it would even be difficult to improve. In order to save his life, De had to give it his all. The distance between the two of them grew wider and wider. In the end, Lu Ming could barely see De's shadow. After a while, Lu Ming could no longer see or sense De's existence. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop. This fellow managed to escape. However, this fellow is seriously injured and has completely burned his spiritual body. His cultivation level will definitely decline and he will no longer be a threat to me in the future. However, Lu Ming frowned. He thought of Di Hongcheng and the red-robed elder. Where did these two people come from? And he was using a unified emperor spiritual weapon. Could it be that there was a powerful force behind De? Lu Ming was not worried about De himself. He was more worried about the possible forces behind De. Forget it, I'll deal with it when the soldiers come, and I'll deal with it when the water comes. At the thought of this, Lu Ming turned around and headed toward the holy city. When Lu Ming returned to the holy city, the war had already ended. There was no suspense. With Tu Qian and Xiaofan around, the battle was almost one-sided. Almost all of the emperors of the Empyrean Divine Palace had been killed. Only a few emperors from the overlord forces of the central continent had surrendered to De and were controlled by Xiaofan and the others. They had to obey them obediently after the formation was set up. As for the Xia family's emperors, only a few were left. The rest had all been killed. Xia Qitian, the old divine emperor, Xia Zhangqiong, and a white-haired elder were surrounded by Xiaofan and the others. Xiaofan and the rest knew about the relationship between Lu Ming and Xia Nianqing. They also knew that Xia Nianqing was a member of the Xia family. Therefore, they did not kill these people. They deliberately waited for Lu Ming to return. Xia Qitian and the others stood on the platform, their eyes listless and full of despair. He was defeated, utterly defeated. This time, the Xia clan was even more miserable than when Xiaofan had thrown the world into chaos and betrayed the Xia clan 30,000 years ago. Last time, they had at least suppressed Xiaofan and preserved some of their strength. There was still hope for them to slowly recover. But this time, they had been completely defeated. All of their experts had died, and there was nothing they could do to reverse the situation. How did this happen? In the sacred city, countless disciples of the Xia family, such as Xia Yan and others, were lying on the ground, their eyes listless. The Xia clan had been defeated, and even the emperor had been defeated. The others were simply powerless to reverse the situation. If they made a move, they would only be courting death. The other martial artists also had complicated looks in their eyes. Was the Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty, which had been around for millions of years, going to be destroyed? From now on, who would be the master of the divine wilderness continent's rise and fall? At the same time, many people's gazes turned to Lu Ming. The dignity of a saint emperor. General Lu. General Lu. Seeing that Lu Ming had returned, the emperors saluted him one after another. They looked at Lu Ming with awe and respect. Be it the emperors of heaven suppressing divine army like 100 Battle Martial Emperor or the emperors of northern plains, they were all the same. They had won this battle all because of Lu Ming. In the beginning, Lu Ming had displayed incredible combat power. He had killed the first emperor of the dead, the red-robed elder, and fought De. Slowly, the situation changed and they slowly gained the upper hand. After that, the Xia clan summoned the Nine Heavens Bronze Man, and the situation changed drastically. At that time, they thought that they were going to lose, that there was no hope for this battle. However, at the critical moment, Lu Ming turned the tide and destroyed the Nine Heavens Bronze Man in one fell swoop. He killed the 9 emperors of the opposing side. This time, the situation was completely reversed. They had secured victory. Without Lu Ming, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing the commotion, Xia Qitian, the old divine emperor, and the rest trembled slightly. They also looked at Lu Ming with complicated gazes. It was all because of this young man that the Xia clan had fallen to such a state. Back then, it was Lu Ming who had rescued Xiaofan. Xiaofan had thrown out the Heavenly King's token and changed the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent. It had also disrupted the Xia family's plans, directly leading to the Great War that followed. And this time, the Xia family had been completely defeated because of Lu Ming. Were we wrong? Was it worth it because of the purity of the bloodline? The old divine emperor seemed to have aged even more. He let out a long sigh, and when his voice fell into Xia Qitian's ears, it caused him to feel even more complicated. Yes, was it worth it? Speaking of which, he was not the cause of all this. If he had treated Xia Nianqing well, Lu Ming might have been with the Xia family and even become one of them. Then, it was not impossible for the Xia family to rule the divine wilderness again. It was all because of him. He had personally turned Lu Ming into an enemy. At this moment, he did not know what to feel. Lu Ming, where's De? Xiaofan walked toward Lu Ming and asked him telepathically. He escaped. Lu Ming answered. He escaped? Xiaofan was slightly stunned. It doesn't matter. De's vitality has been greatly damaged. He can't cause any more trouble. Lu Ming nodded. General Lu, how should we deal with these people from the Xia family? Kill or not? An emperor asked Lu Ming. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. After this battle, Lu Ming's position in the hearts of the crowd had become very important, even surpassing that of Xiaofan. Lu Ming's gaze turned to Xia Nianqing. At this moment, Xia Nianqing was looking at Xia Qitian and the others. What was he thinking? Little Qing, I'll leave them to you. Lu Ming walked to Xia Nianqing and said. Xia Nianqing's eyes were filled with hesitation. Lu Ming sighed. He had already guessed this outcome. Xia Nianqing's expression was cold and ruthless, like a demoness, but deep down, he was still very emotional. Xia Qitian was her father, after all. The old divine emperor was her grandfather, her family. Although the Xia family was heartless to her, she couldn't bring herself to do it. General Lu, Miss Nianqing, the Xia family has a long history, deep foundation, and many masters. It'll be a disaster if we keep them. That's right. I suggest that we kill them to avoid any future trouble. The other sovereigns also voiced their suggestions. You don't need to do anything. All of a sudden, Xia Qitian spoke, as if he had made a decision. He stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura and dignity. This was the dignity of a sage emperor. Xia Qitian's gaze swept across the crowd, and his voice rang out from afar, I am the Saint Emperor, the Saint Emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty. Even if I die, I will not die in your hands, and I will not die in the hands of anyone else. After saying that, Xia Qitian pointed his finger at his dantian. A powerful aura burst out from his body, but it quickly weakened. At first, it was a martial emperor, then it dropped to a supreme martial artist, and then it continued to drop to a spirit god, a spirit embryo. In the end, Xia Qitian's body did not have any true energy or true qi fluctuations, and he became an ordinary person. He had actually crippled his own cultivation. Xia Qitian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell limply to the ground. He, as the sage emperor, had to die with dignity. Even if he died, he couldn't die at the hands of others. Finally, Xia Qitian looked at Xia Nianqing with a complicated expression, as if he was reminiscing. After a while, he said, Nianqing, I've let you down in this life. I've let your mother down. Xia Nianqing's body trembled at his words. Xia Qitian's age had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. Now that his cultivation had been crippled, he did not have much time left. Lu Ming held Xia Nianqing's small hand and he slowly calmed down. Sigh, forget it, forget it. In this world, there is no eternal dynasty, and there is no family that will exist forever. The old divine emperor sighed, then looked at Lu Ming, the Xia family is willing to make a blood oath. All direct descendants of the Xia family are willing to seclude themselves in the palace. The palace will be sealed and they will not take a single step out of the palace for 10,000 years. From then on, we will no longer be inviolate in the divine wilderness. Can you spare the Xia family? Seal yourself in the palace for 10,000 years and never step out. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. All right, I promise you. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming said. The Xia clan was no longer a threat, not to mention that they had sealed themselves for 10,000 years. Lu Ming was confident that he could destroy the Xia family with a flip of his hand in 10 years, let alone 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, Lu Ming's realm would be beyond imagination. Why would he care about the Xia family? The other emperors didn't say anything. It was a given that Lu Ming would become an emperor. He would have a lifespan of 10 to 20,000 years. After 10,000 years, Lu Ming would not care about the Xia family. What could the Xia family do? Immediately, the old divine emperor, Xia Zhangqiong, and the others all took blood oaths. The other higher-ups of the Xia family, such as the supreme beings and the spiritual god realm experts, all made a blood oath. Disciples of the Xia family, follow me into the imperial palace. As the old divine emperor's voice rang out, all of the Xia family's direct descendants followed the old divine emperor into the palace. After that, a light screen appeared outside the palace, enveloping it within. The Xia family would seal themselves for 10,000 years and would not be allowed to step out of the palace. The battle had finally come to an end. In this battle, more than half of the divine wilderness continent's sovereigns had fallen. More than 60 to 70% of the various overlord factions had been wiped out. It could be said that the divine wilderness continent had never been so weak, with so few sovereigns. Go! Let's go back to the 100 Beasts tribe. Lu Ming waved his hand, pulled Xian Yanqing, and left. The heaven-suppressing divine legion, the emperor of Northern Plains, followed Lu Ming and headed to Northern Plains. And news of this battle spread from the holy city to the entire divine wilderness continent at an unbelievable speed. The divine wilderness continent was shaken. Who's the master of the world? 100 Beasts Tribe, Meeting Hall. The emperors of the heaven-suppressing divine army and the original emperors of Northern Plains were seated. Lu Ming and Xiaofan were sitting at the very top. In the hall, it was silent. Everyone looked at each other, but no one made a sound. What should we do next? Xia Jiuyang was the first to speak, breaking the silence. What should he do? All sorts of thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Now, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was destroyed, and the Xia clan suffered heavy losses. They had sealed themselves as imperial palaces for 10,000 years. In the vast divine wilderness mainland, other than the western desert, it no longer had an owner. So, what should they do next? In other words, how should they be distributed? In this boundless territory, there were endless resources. Everyone wanted them. At a smaller scale, there were still some former overlord forces present, such as Tianxia Academy and the Floating Mountain. How should these forces distribute their territories? On a larger scale, it would be the heaven-suppressing divine army and the forces of Northern Plains. How would they get along and how would they be distributed? In fact, in Northern Plains, there were two forces, Lu Ming and Xiaofan, but they were only in an alliance. Everyone fell silent again, especially the heaven-suppressing divine army. This was an important problem. If it was not wrestle-levered properly, it might lead to another huge battle. However, the heaven-suppressing divine army was no match for Lu Ming and the others. If they were to fight, they would only be destroyed. Therefore, the powerhouses of the heaven-suppressing divine army had the most complicated feelings, and they found it difficult to speak. Two tigers can't share a mountain. Would Lu Ming and Xiaofan be targeted next? In their hearts, they were not confident. How about we form an alliance? After a long time, Xiaofan spoke. Alliance? Many people's hearts trembled as they pondered. Let's form an alliance. All the factions will form one faction. Then, the entire divine wilderness will be under our control. Why would we need to worry about territory and territory? Xiaofan smiled. I agree. I also agree. In the beginning, it was Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and the others. Later on, Xia Jiuyang, the barbarian emperor, the Moonheart martial emperor, and the others all spoke one after another, expressing their approval. Chaotic Sky Emperor's suggestion is good. This old man also agrees. The old general of the heaven-suppressing divine army laughed and expressed his thoughts. In the end, all eyes were on Lu Ming. Lu Ming had yet to speak. I also have no objections. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right, then it's decided. Xiaofan smiled. Since we're in an alliance, we need an alliance leader. Who's the alliance leader? Suddenly, an emperor spoke, and the scene fell silent again. Who would be the alliance leader? Forming an alliance and forming a faction, there was no doubt that the alliance leader was the leader of this faction. He was also the master of the divine wilderness, ruling the world. The crowd could not help but look at the old general, Xiaofan, and Lu Ming. At the scene, only these three people were the most qualified. The alliance leader's person, of course, it's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is young and his combat strength is unparalleled. There has never been anyone like him in the divine wilderness since ancient times. Who else can it be other than him? Xia Jiuyang was the first to speak, recommending Lu Ming. That's right. If not for Lu Ming, we wouldn't be in this situation. It's Lu Ming who turned the tide and created this situation. I also recommend Lu Ming to be the alliance leader. One of the deans of the Tianxia Academy continued. I recommend Lu Ming too. Me too. Then, another dean of the Tianxia Academy, the barbarian emperor and martial emperor Yuexin, recommended Lu Ming one after another. Behind Lu Ming, the heaven-suppressing divine ape and Tu Qian were exuding auras that were even more obvious. Everyone's heart trembled. Unknowingly, the forces and abilities that Lu Ming controlled had already become so shocking. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and sipped slowly. He did not say a word and no one knew what he was thinking. The emperors of the heaven-suppressing divine army, Mo Yi, Chu Luo, and the others were all calculating something in their minds. That's right. I'm also interested in recommending Lu Ming as the alliance leader. Xiaofan laughed heartily as he expressed his thoughts. As soon as Xiaofan spoke, Mo Yi, Chu Luo, and the others also spoke up in support of Lu Ming. In the end, only the heaven-suppressing divine army was left. The emperor of the heaven-suppressing divine army sighed in his heart. He knew that they were weak and could not compete with Lu Ming. Now that Xiaofan was supporting Lu Ming, how could they say no? Old General, what do you think? Xiaofan looked at the old general with a faint smile. Brother Lu Ming, your talent is unprecedented and you have made the greatest contribution this time. It is the divine wilderness continent's fortune for Lu Ming to be the alliance leader. I have no objections. The old general said. As the old general spoke, the warring martial emperor and the others also recommended Lu Ming. All right, then it's decided. This subordinate pays his respects to the alliance master. Xiaofan suddenly got up from his seat and walked down to bow to Lu Ming. This subordinate pays his respects to the alliance master. Xia Jiuyang, the barbarian emperor, and the others followed closely behind Xiaofan and bowed to Lu Ming. Following that, Ciuluo and the rest also bowed to Lu Ming one by one. Finally, it was the heaven-suppressing divine army and others. Alright, since the army holds it in such high regard, Lu Ming will take up the responsibility. Lu Ming stood up and accepted the position of alliance leader. He didn't decline, and there was no need to decline. He needed this identity to better protect his family and friends. Alliance Master, since we want to form an alliance, what should we call it? Someone suggested. Alliance Master has awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons and is famous throughout the world. In my opinion, why don't we call it the Dragon Alliance? Xia Jiuyang said after a moment of silence. Dragon Alliance? I think it's possible. It's concise and domineering. Xiaofan said. Alright, we'll call it the Dragon Alliance. Finally, Lu Ming decided. Now that the name had been chosen, the problem was, where would the headquarters of the Dragon Alliance be? It can't be set in the Holy City, right? Eastern Barren, Northern Plains, and Southern Nether were not good. The Dragon Alliance was bound to sweep across the world and unify the divine wilderness. Their headquarters should be in the central continent. Only then would they be able to look down on the world and shock the world. In the end, they decided that since the Dragon Alliance was going to be built, it would be best to build a new headquarters too. After some discussion, they decided to select disciples on the vast land of the central continent. In the end, they decided to build the headquarters of the Dragon Alliance on Mount Longyu, about 300 million li away, east of the Holy City. It was called the Imperial Dragon City. After the alliance leader and name were decided by the headquarters, they began to select the important leaders. Finally, Xiaofan and the old general of the heaven-suppressing divine army were the deputy chiefs of the Dragon Alliance. The other emperors would protect the Dragon Alliance. Each protector could manage a territory. After the leader was set, they were assigned their respective tasks. There were two main tasks at hand. The first was to dispatch manpower to build the Imperial Dragon City. The second was to send an army to truly unify the divine wilderness continent. The Xia family had sealed Themslaviers and the Emperor Sky Divine Palace had been destroyed. The overlord forces that truly had an emperor were almost all from the Dragon Alliance. However, there were still countless other forces, big and small, below the overlord forces. All of these powers had to be in the hands of the Dragon Alliance. The entire divine wilderness continent had to be in their hands. Sweeping the world and returning to the East Continent. The next day, when the news spread, all the forces in the Dragon Alliance cheered. The war was over, and the Dragon Alliance dominated the world. The huge Dragon Alliance started to move. The original major forces had sent people to the Dragon Leap Mountain to build the Imperial Dragon City. A portion of them sent an army to conquer the world. A few days later, the news of the battle at the Holy City spread throughout the world. A magnitude 10 earthquake occurred in the divine wilderness. Countless cultivators and factions were stirred up. A few days later, the news of the Dragon Alliance's establishment and Lu Ming's appointment as the alliance leader spread throughout the divine wilderness continent again through the voice transmission Jade Talisman. Countless forces, big and small, surrendered and expressed their willingness to join the Dragon Alliance. Right now, the Xia clan had sealed Themslaviers off as the Imperial Palace for 10,000 years. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had been destroyed, and the Dragon Alliance was truly unrivaled in the world. No power dared to resist. After that, the Dragon Alliance's army split into three. The old general led a large army and swept through the central continent. Xiaofan led a large army to attack the southern underworld. As for Lu Ming, he would lead the army to the eastern barren territory. There was almost no doubt about this, all the forces in central continent surrendered. When Xiaofan attacked the southern underworld, he only received a little resistance. Those who resisted were easily killed by Xiaofan, and the rest surrendered. Half a month after the battle at the Holy City, Lu Ming led his men and set foot on the Yin and Yang mountain again. Mount Liangyi has finally been taken back. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others stood high in the sky, looking at the vast land of Mount Liangyi in the distance. They were filled with emotions. When they were captured by De, they thought that they would never be able to take back Mount Liangyi. They did not expect that they would return to Mount Liangyi so quickly in just a few months. Zongzi, no, Alliance Master. Bai Shijin and the rest looked at Lu Ming with complicated expressions. They did not know how to address him. Senior, since I'm Master Lian Cang's disciple, I'm also the Zongzi of the Talisman sect. You can call me Zongzi in private. Lu Ming said. Yes, Zongzi. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was now the leader of the Dragon Alliance and ruled the world. They were afraid that Lu Ming would look down on the Talisman Amulet sect and did not know what to do with it. However, it seemed that Lu Ming had not forgotten his roots. There were many experts in the Dragon League. As for the Talisman Amulet sect, they still didn't have an emperor. They were afraid that the Talisman Amulet sect wouldn't be able to compete with the other experts in the Dragon Alliance. The other forces wouldn't be allocated enough resources and would eventually decline. However, they did not have to worry now. Lu Ming, the alliance leader, was the Zongzi of the Talisman Amulet sect. The Talisman Amulet sect had an extraordinary status in the Dragon Alliance. They did not have to worry about not being able to obtain resources without an emperor. Senior White, Senior Du, from now on, you two will lead the disciples of the Talisman Amulet sect to guard the Yin and Yang mountain. Lu Ming said. Yes, Zongzi. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue accepted the order. Let's go to 9 Dragons. Lu Ming waved his hand and the army set off for 9 Dragons. As for the divine 9-dragon cauldron, it would fly back to 9 dragons after the battle of the Holy City and suppress the 9-dragon veins again. To Lu Ming's surprise, they did not encounter any resistance when they arrived at 9 dragons. The forces in 9 dragons had already opened their gates. When Lu Ming's army arrived, they all knelt down and surrendered to Lu Ming. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master of the Dragon Alliance. We are willing to return to the Dragon Alliance and serve the Alliance Master. There were 5 to 6 supreme martial artists standing at the very front, bowing and saluting in fear. Hehe, we're all old acquaintances. Lu Ming stood high in the sky and looked down at the 6 supreme martial artists. Out of the 6 supreme beings, 3 of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances. They were the 3 remaining family heads of the 6 great ancient families: the Dongfang family, the Kong family, and the Nangong family. The 3 clan heads broke out in cold sweat when Lu Ming's gaze swept over them. Alliance Master, we were blind in the past and offended you. From now on, we'll be at your beck and call and do our best. The head of the Dongfang family said, his face covered in cold sweat. The pressure that Lu Ming was exuding made it difficult for him to breathe. They knew that as long as Lu Ming gave the order, not only them, but even their families would be exterminated. In the crowd behind him, many of the paragons who had dealt with Lu Ming before and even competed with him knelt on the ground. They had mixed feelings. For example, Dongfang Yu and the others. A few years ago, Lu Ming was still competing with them. However, a few years later, Lu Ming was already standing at the peak of the divine wilderness continent, ruling the world. There was really no way to compare. He. Lu Ming chuckled. The master of the Dongfang family and the rest trembled in fear. They did not understand what Lu Ming was thinking. Would he kill them? This kind of waiting was extremely torturous. After a long while, Lu Ming said indifferently, "All right, I will allow you to surrender. However, all of you will have to move out of 9 dragons to the northern plains. Do you have any objections?" "No, I have no objections. Thank you, Alliance Master, for showing mercy. This subordinate is extremely grateful." The head of the Dongfang family and the others let out a long breath and thanked him repeatedly. For them, although 9 dragons was their foundation and they had been developing here for nearly 10,000 years, it was a pity to move away. However, it was much better than the disaster of being killed and their families exterminated. Naturally, they did not dare to say anything. Not long after, the powerful forces in 9 dragons started to use the interterritory teleportation formation to head to northern plains. In northern plains, there would naturally be someone to arrange for them. As for the small forces in 9 dragons, they were not necessary. They could not cause any trouble even if they stayed. After that, Lu Ming left Xia Jiuyang behind. Yan Kuangtu and the others took care of 9 dragons, the original Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Myriad Demon Valley. Lu Ming went to the east alone. Not long after, Lu Ming entered the Tianxian region. However, he did not go to the Tianxian sub-palace immediately. The first place he went to was the 100 Deities Slope. News of the Battle of the Holy City had already spread throughout the entire Divine Wilderness continent, including the Tianxian region. Out of all the sub-palaces of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, some of them were in chaos. Without any control, there were all sorts of incidents where people fought for the treasures of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Some of the sub-palaces were restrained and were waiting for news. They knew that once the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was destroyed, there would definitely be a powerful force that would take over the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There would definitely be someone who would take over their territory. Tianxian Sub-Palace was not in chaos. In the middle of Tianxian City, in a courtyard, a few people were drinking tea and discussing something. The leader was Mu Tian, the palace master of Tianxian Sub-Palace. On the side, Mu Yi and Mu Zheng were there. I didn't expect that the vast Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, which has been passed down for 10,000 years, would collapse so easily. Mu Yi drank a cup of wine and sighed. A few days ago, they had received the news and were extremely shocked. It was simply unbelievable. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was such a huge existence, yet it had fallen. The path of martial arts is fraught with danger. Even a cultivation emperor can still fall if he's not careful. Mu Zheng also sighed. It's said that more than 20 emperors died in this battle. Mu Tian said, his voice slightly interfering. The 3 brothers had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Chapter 1352 Re-entering 100 Deities Slope. In their eyes, an emperor was like a god. He ruled the world and was invincible. With a wave of his hand, the sky would collapse and the earth would crack. With a thought, he could kill hundreds of millions of people. They had never seen such a figure in their entire lives. However, more than 20 of such figures had died in a single battle. They simply couldn't imagine it. Lu Ming is the one who is leading all of this. Mu Tian suddenly let out another sigh. Mu Yi and Mu Zheng fell silent. Big brother, the Lu Ming you mentioned, is he the Lu Ming that walked out of our place? Mu Yi muttered to himself for a moment before asking. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was said that the one who dominated that battle was a young genius named Lu Ming. He had killed more than 10 sovereigns and was terrifyingly powerful. That young man was called Lu Ming. Furthermore, after the war, almost all the emperors and powerful factions in the Divine Wilderness continent formed an alliance called the Dragon Alliance. The leader of the Dragon Alliance was also Lu Ming. I'm not sure. We're at the border and the information I received is not very detailed. I only know that Lu Ming was born in the East Continent. Mu Tian said, his eyes filled with anticipation. From the East Continent? Could it be the same person? Mu Yi and Mu Zheng let out a long breath. Boom! Boom! All of a sudden, a violent rumble was heard outside Tianxian City. What's going on? Mu Tian stood up abruptly and his voice could be heard from afar. Buzz! A figure appeared and quickly reported, Palace Master, things are bad. The Palace Master of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace branch in the Black Knife region has led people to attack. What? The Black Knife region. Mu Tian's expression changed. Damn it, the Black Knife region is taking advantage of a burning house. Mu Zheng shouted angrily. When the news of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace being exterminated spread, all the branch palaces were in complete chaos. Some of the branch palaces directly seized the treasures belonging to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and even seized the treasures of the other branch palaces. For example, the palace masters of the Black Knife region sub-palaces were like this, leading people to plunder everywhere. In any case, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had already been destroyed, and no one cared about it. These people wanted to plunder a batch of treasures before escaping far away and hiding to cultivate. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. One figure after another rushed into Tianxian City, and powerful auras filled the air. Men, welcome the enemy. Mu Tian shouted and soared into the sky. Mu Yi and Mu Zheng followed closely behind. At the same time, figures flew out from various parts of Tianxian City and gathered with Mu Tian and the others. As soon as they gathered, a group of people flew over. They were all wearing black robes and carrying black sabers on their backs. The person in the lead had a fierce-looking face, a beard, and a burly body. Dao Heng, what do you want to do? Mu Tian shouted angrily. Huh, what do you want? It's very simple. Hand over all the spiritual herbs, materials, and treasures of the profound sky sub-palace, and I'll spare your lives. The big man, also known as Dao Heng, laughed. Don't even think about it. Dao Heng, how dare you? Although the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace has been destroyed, the Dragon Alliance has been established and is ruling the world. They will definitely come to take over the original power of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. If you do this, you will be hunted down by the Dragon Alliance. Mu Tian shouted. Huh, what a joke. The Dragon Alliance is such a huge organization. How could they notice our desolate land so quickly? Even if they did, we're just a small fight in their eyes. They won't pursue the matter. Cut the crap and hand over the treasure. Dao Heng said maliciously. Don't even think about it. Mu Tian's attitude was unyielding. You're looking for death, kill. Kill. Dao Heng shouted and took the lead in charging towards Mu Tian. The people he brought with him also charged towards Mu Yi and the rest. The aura of the third level of the spiritual ocean realm bloomed from Mu Tian's body. After all these years of cultivation, Mu Tian's cultivation had improved a little, reaching the third level of the spiritual ocean realm. Mu Yi and Mu Zheng had also broken through their limits and entered the Spirit Sea realm. They were at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. In addition, Tianxian Sub-Palace still had 2 martial artists at the first level of the spiritual ocean realm. However, the Black Knife region had even more experts, with a total of 8 martial artists at the spiritual ocean realm. Dao Heng's cultivation was also at the third level of the spiritual ocean realm. For a time, the Tianxian region was at a disadvantage. Kill. Kill. The battle between the two sides was very intense. People were constantly killed, and their corpses fell to the ground in Tianxian City. However, although the Black Knife region had the advantage, this was Tianxian City after all. The Tianxian region had the home ground advantage and could still fight with the Black Knife region by using various formations. Buzz. 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 Mu Tian and Dao Heng kept clashing with each other. After dozens of moves, neither of them had a clear winner. Mu Tian, I didn't expect that you actually broke through to the third level of the spiritual ocean realm without a sound. Dao Heng's anxious voice was heard. In the past, the Black Knife region's strength was stronger than the Tianxian region's, especially Dao Heng, who had a cultivation at the third level of the spiritual ocean realm. He was considered strong even among the palace masters of the nearby large regions. He didn't expect that Mu Tian's cultivation had also reached the third level of the spiritual ocean tier without a sound and could contend with him. The battle situation had suddenly turned into a state of anxiety. Lu Ming, on the other hand, went to the 100 Deities slope. The 100 Deities slope was filled with grey mist, just like it was in the past. With a sweep of his spiritual senses, Lu Ming discovered that there were still people guarding outside the 100 Deities slope. However, they were only at the king's level and were miles away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure moved and he rushed into the 100 Deities slope. The guards did not notice him at all. As soon as he flew into the grey fog-filled area, Lu Ming felt a force acting on his body, preventing him from flying. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation level was much stronger than it had been in the past. By circulating his essential core, Lu Ming was able to offset this force and continued to fly in. The deeper he went, the stronger the power became. It was suppressing Lu Ming and trying to suppress his cultivation completely. Back then, when Lu Ming came in, his cultivation level was completely suppressed and he became an ordinary person. What powerful strength! Lu Ming could sense that the suppressive force from the outside world was not to be underestimated. It was very shocking. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation level, he had a feeling that he was about to be suppressed. Furthermore, the deeper he went, the stronger the feeling of suppression became. The intent realm floating here is also not simple. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings with his spiritual senses. Initially, when he entered, he was lucky and encountered many different types of intent. He used them to comprehend and increase the level of his intent. Those were all left behind by experts after they died. However, from Lu Ming's point of view, he saw something different. The artistic conception that floated between heaven and earth was indeed left behind by an expert after his death. However, Lu Ming could feel a terrifying pressure from it. Legend had it that the 100 Deities slope was formed when the sky split open countless years ago and corpses fell down. Lu Ming estimated that those corpses were definitely above the level of an emperor. They were most likely the corpses of saints. Therefore, even though so many years had passed, he had to suppress his cultivation base when he entered with his current realm. Chaos. Lu Ming had a thought and the chaos concept surrounded his body. As soon as the chaos concept was released, Lu Ming felt his body lighten. The pressure disappeared without a trace. The chaos intent is so mysterious. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The air-frozen bead. Since the chaos concept could block the pressure from the outside, Lu Ming had nothing to worry about. His figure flashed and he turned into a rainbow light, traversing the 100 Deities slope. The reason why he came to the 100 Deities slope was because he had obtained the lightning cauldron here. In addition, he had also seen a round bead here. There might be good stuff in the 100 Deities slope. That was why Lu Ming came to explore. However, after a round, Lu Ming was disappointed. Other than the floating concept, Lu Ming did not find anything, let alone any treasures. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. After all, the 100 Deities slope had been around for too many years. Furthermore, some treasures, such as holy weapons, were sentient and would fly away by themselves. There might have been some treasures in the 100 Deities slope in the distant past, but it had been too long. Some of them might have lost their spirituality and turned into yellow soil, while others might have flown away by themselves. Previously, Lu Ming was really lucky to have obtained the Thunder Cauldron. That's. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a strong wind blowing in front of him. In the strong wind, there was a round bead floating up and down. Outside the round bead, there was a small green bird flying. It's that bead. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to encounter the round bead again. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure moved and he pounced toward the round bead. The bird on the bead seemed to be frightened. With a cry, it flew into the bead, and the bead flew away with a green light. Where are you going? Lu Ming cast the wind element technique and moved like lightning, closing the distance between him and the bead in an instant. The bead was shocked again. It shook, and with a whoosh, its speed increased greatly, pulling away from Lu Ming. How can it be so fast? Lu Ming was shocked, then overjoyed. This bead was not ordinary. Even if it was not as amazing as the lightning cauldron, it was at least better than an emperor's spiritual weapon. Since Lu Ming had seen it, how could he return empty-handed? Lu Ming increased his speed and chased after the round bead at top speed. Like two bolts of lightning, one chased and the other escaped. In a short while, they had circled the 100 deities' slope several times. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and stretched out his hand. A huge claw that was 10 miles wide and wrapped in chaos intent took shape and grabbed at the pearl. The large hand immediately enveloped the bead. The bead buzzed and charged in one direction. However, when the bead came into contact with the chaos will, it suddenly stopped. It did not continue to escape. Instead, it approached the chaos will and trembled slightly. Lu Ming felt that the round bead was clearly enjoying it. Lu Ming sucked and grabbed the bead with his claws. Then, he wrapped the bead with the chaos concept. As expected, the chaos concept resonated with the bead and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Air-frozen bead. The bead was called Air-frozen bead, a wind attribute treasure. Buzz! The air-frozen bead shook and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. It stopped not far from the thunder cauldron in his sea of consciousness. With a single thought, a green energy surged into Lu Ming's body from the air-frozen bead. Lu Ming cast the wind element art and disappeared from his original spot with a single step, reappearing thousands of miles away. What a fast speed! The wind power in this bead can greatly increase my speed when I use the wind elemental technique. Lu Ming was overjoyed. An increase in speed meant that his ability to survive would be stronger. The air-frozen bead is more powerful than an emperor's spiritual weapon. There must be other mysteries to it. I'll study it slowly in the future. I'll go to Tianxian City first. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then left the 100 deities slope and headed towards Tianxian City. The Tianxian City's grand array was extremely intense, and there were constant casualties. Even Mu Tian, Mu Yi, and Mu Zheng were injured. The Tianxian City had suffered a great loss. However, the Black Knife region's losses were not small either. Damn it! Dao Heng roared in his heart. He didn't expect that Tianxian City would be so difficult to deal with. What a piece of trash! You can't even take down Tianxian City after such a long time. At this moment, a cold shout came from the sky. Boom! Then, a powerful aura descended from the sky, causing Mu Tian and the others to turn pale. 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Mu Tian exclaimed and looked up. In the air, a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared. The shocking aura was coming from his body. My lord, you've come. Seeing this person, Dao Heng was overjoyed. The hearts of Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the others sank. Dao Heng addressed the other party as Sir. It was obvious that the other party was in Dao Heng's group. Who was it that even Dao Heng addressed him as Sir? Could it be that a higher-up of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was taking the opportunity to plunder treasures? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Mu Tian and Mu Zheng's minds. Leave this person to me. You deal with the others and end the battle quickly. The black-robed man's voice rang out. A thin and long black sword appeared in his hand, and he thrust it at Mu Tian. The speed of this sword was shocking. Mu Tian's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. However, his body was not as fast as the sword light. The other party was at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. His strength was much stronger than his. Don't hurt my father. At this moment, a delicate shout came from Tianxian City. A fiery red sword light flew out and collided with the sword light of the black-robed man. Clang! The black-robed man's sword light was blocked, and the fiery red sword light was also sent flying. Buzz! A figure rushed out from below and stood in front of Mu Tian. Lan, Mu Tian called out. Mulan. The figure that appeared behind her was Mulan. Mulan stood in the air, a powerful aura exuding from her body. She was also at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Father, why didn't you call me? Mulan said. Lan, you were in closed-door cultivation, so I didn't call you. Mu Tian said. Hehe, I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful girl here. What luck! The black-robed man's eyes were scanning Mulan's body with a fiery gaze. You're looking for death. Mulan shouted coldly. With the battle sword in hand, he charged towards the black-robed man. The two of them began to fight. For a moment, Mulan had the upper hand. After exchanging more than 10 moves, the black-robed man was completely at a disadvantage. Although their cultivation bases were similar, Mulan's combat strength was obviously above his. The more they fought, the more frightened the black-robed man became. Sixth brother, you've seen enough. Why aren't you attacking? Let's end this battle quickly. If we delay, there will be changes. The black-robed man suddenly shouted towards the sky. He. A second black-robed man appeared behind a cloud in the sky. This black-robed man's aura was even more shocking, reaching the 8th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Mu Tian and the others were shocked. The other party actually had so many experts. This little girl is mine. The black-robed man who appeared from behind looked at Mulan with a fiery gaze and spoke coldly. Alright, it's yours then. The black-robed man in front gritted his teeth. Whoosh! The second black-robed man turned into a black light and charged toward Mulan. With the two black-robed men working together, in addition to the second black-robed man's cultivation at the 8th level of the spiritual ocean tier, the pressure on Mulan increased greatly, and she was at a disadvantage for a moment. Chapter 1354 Returning to Tianxian City. Lan, Mu Tian shouted worriedly. However, Mulan and the two black-robed men's cultivation levels were far above his, so he could not interfere at all. Mu Tian, you should worry about yourself. Saberhung sneered and charged at Mu Tian. There was no longer any suspense in today's battle. As long as the two black-robed men could take down Mulan, it would be easy to deal with the others. As the battle continued, the situation became more and more disadvantageous for Tianxian City. Mulan was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. This little girl is really beautiful. I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen such an alluring woman. The second black-robed man sneered. His attacks were like a violent storm, pouring down on Mulan. Mulan was panting heavily and sweating profusely. She couldn't hold on much longer. Boom! At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky. This aura was like the ruler of the universe, vast and unfathomable, like the abyss and the sea. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Tianxian city. Ah! 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 Everyone from the Black Knife region, including Dao Heng and the two black-robed men, let out a blood-curdling screech. It was as if they had been hit by hundreds of mountains, and blood spurted out of their mouths. However, the strange thing was that Mu Tian, Mulan, and the rest of the Tianxian city people were completely fine. That's... Everyone looked up into the sky and discovered that there was a blurry figure in the distant sky. It was shrouded in a halo, like a god in the sky. He's the one. Mulan's expression changed. A complicated look flashed across her eyes. She bit her lip and flew down, disappearing from Tianxian city. Then. Who was that? so strong. He's too strong. A heavenly deity? The martialists of Tianxian City looked up at the sky and spoke with dazed expressions. That aura made them look up to it and worship it. However, the aura only appeared for a very short time. As soon as it appeared, it was immediately retracted and disappeared. Then, the figure in the sky descended. Lu Ming, it's you? Mu Tian was the first to exclaim when he saw the figure. Yes, the figure that had suddenly appeared was Lu Ming. Just now, as soon as he arrived at Tianxian City, he found that there was a great battle going on there. In a fit of anger, he released his aura and injured the black-robed man and the people from the Black Knife region. He had been merciful. Otherwise, the black-robed man and the others would have been reduced to ashes under Lu Ming's aura. Not even a trace of them would have been left. Lu Ming, it's really you. Mu Zheng saw Lu Ming and flew over. What? Lu Ming, it's him. Lu Ming is back. Oh my god, that terrifying aura just now was actually emitted by Lu Ming. What realm has Lu Ming reached now? The rest of the people in Tianxian City exclaimed in disbelief when they saw Lu Ming. They could not believe that the godlike aura just now was emitted by Lu Ming. Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Mu Zheng and Mu Tian. Lu Ming, why did you come back so suddenly? Mu Zheng was extremely happy to see Lu Ming. The Dragon Alliance is currently taking over the territory and forces of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. I happened to be in 9 Dragons before, so I came back to take a look. Lu Ming said. Oh, huh? What? The Dragon Alliance. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the others started to nod. They suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the rest looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming. I heard that there was a world-shaking war in the holy city of the central continent. The one who dominated the war was called Lu Ming. Also, the Dragon Alliance has swept the world. I heard that the leader of the Dragon Alliance is called Lu Ming. Then, was it you? Mu Tian stammered as he spoke. Mu Zheng, and the rest were also staring at Lu Ming. Cough, cough, that was indeed me. Lu Ming coughed dryly. Hiss hiss hiss. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the others gasped and were stunned. Even though they had such a guess before, they still found it hard to believe after it was confirmed. It was as if they were dreaming. The Alliance Master of the Dragon Alliance, the Overlord of the Divine Wilderness Continent, was actually Lu Ming, the Lu Ming who had come from the Tianxian region. It was too shocking. They were stunned for a moment before they reacted. Then, they were overjoyed. They were certain that it was Lu Ming. That was because the aura that Lu Ming had just released was too shocking. He was like a god, like the master of the world. Compared to him, they were simply ants, or even worse. However, one of them had a complicated look in his eyes. He was filled with anxiety. That was Mu Yi. In the past, he had targeted Lu Ming in every way. Now, if Lu Ming wanted to settle the score with him, he didn't dare to continue thinking. Seniors, let's take a look at these people first. Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked with his palm. The 2 black-robed men and Dao Heng were sucked over. Spare me, Lu Ming, no, Alliance Master Lu, spare me. Dao Heng shouted in shock. The 2 black-robed men were also trembling and begging for mercy. They had also heard the conversation between Lu Ming and the group just now. They were almost scared to death. This young man who had suddenly appeared was the newly established Alliance Master of the Dragon Alliance. Why would such an important figure suddenly appear in the tiny Tianxian city? It seemed like he was acquainted with Mu Tian and the others. Dao Heng and the others thought that they were dreaming, a terrible nightmare. Speak. Who ordered you to do this? Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he berated them. Dao Heng and the rest were so frightened that they trembled all over. It was obvious that there was someone else behind the two black-robed men. It's the Blood Vulture sect. We're disciples of the Blood Vulture sect. The Blood Vulture sect wants to take advantage of the destruction of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to secretly plunder a batch of treasures and strengthen their strength. The black-robed man who appeared first called out and told everything, not daring to hide anything. So it's the Blood Vulture sect. Mu Tian's expression changed. The Blood Ridge sect was the most powerful force in the surrounding dozens of large domains. It was said that it had a spiritual god expert. In the past, it had always relied on the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and was a subsidiary sect of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Now that the news of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's destruction had spread, the Blood Ridge sect could no longer sit still and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. The Blood Ridge sect no longer needs to exist. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He then struck out with his palm. Boom! A huge crack appeared in the space under Lu Ming's palm, revealing a pitch-black void passage. Boom! The space passage trembled. Everyone could see that the other side of the space passage also cracked open, revealing an incomparably majestic mountain. Blood mist permeated the mountain. The Blood Ridge sect. This was the Blood Ridge sect. Die! Lu Ming shouted as he flipped his hand and pressed down. Everyone watched in horror as a huge palm formed above the Blood Ridge sect. It covered the sky and pressed down on the Blood Ridge sect. One after another, figures from the Blood Ridge sect flew out of the giant mountain in fear, trying to escape. However, they all collapsed under the palm, their bodies and souls destroyed. Mulan's thoughts. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, Mu Yi, and the rest had never seen such an unbelievable scene before. They were completely dumbstruck as they stood there in a daze, their eyes as big as chicken eggs. The two black-robed men trembled uncontrollably as if they were sieves. In their eyes, such a technique was like a legend. In fact, such a method was nothing to an emperor. Any ordinary emperor could cross billions of miles to kill an enemy. However, the further the distance, the less powerful it would be. Ordinary sovereigns could cross the void to kill their enemies, and even supreme beings would not be able to deal with them. Therefore, ordinary sovereigns would not do this when they encountered a powerful enemy. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was a piece of cake for him to annihilate a sect that only had a spiritual god realm cultivator across hundreds of millions of miles. However, Lu Ming did not kill the Blood Ridge sect's martial artists with lower cultivation. The ones he killed were all above the Sea of Soul realm. Thousands of powerhouses were turned into ashes by Lu Ming's palm, including the spiritual god powerhouse who was the leader. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of blood-red light shot into the sky from the Blood Ridge sect and fled into the distance. Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall, so you're the one behind this. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he shouted coldly. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the beam of blood-red light from the Blood Ridge sect was the Blood Emperor from Cold Blood Hall. Back when Cold Blood Hall attacked the floating mountain, he led his men to rescue the floating mountain and besieged Cold Blood Hall. The Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall was severely injured by Mo Yi and Martial Emperor Yuexin, and only the spiritual god managed to escape. During this period of time, the Blood Emperor had not appeared. Lu Ming thought that the Blood Emperor's spiritual god had dissipated and his body and soul had been destroyed. He did not expect that the Blood Emperor's spiritual god would possess a body in a remote place like the East Baron. Until now, his cultivation had just recovered to the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. He was the one controlling the Blood Ridge sect from behind the scenes and plundering treasures from all over the place in order to help him recover. You want to leave? Where to? Lu Ming's glabella glowed. He took a step forward and rushed into the void passageway. At the same time, he waved his hand and a phoenix feather flying sword flew out. It appeared on the other side of the void passageway in an instant and slashed at the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor let out an unreconciled scream as he was cut in half by the phoenix feather flying sword. He died on the spot. Buzz! He kept the phoenix feather flying sword and returned from the void passageway. It entered the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Lu Ming waved his hand and the space crack disappeared. However, Mu Tian and the others still had not recovered from their shock. They stood there in a daze. The series of events just now was simply too shocking. Was this the technique of the divine wilderness continent's peak experts? Was this the means of an emperor? It was like a legend. Some people even felt a chill run down their spines. Such a method was truly inconceivable. No wonder everyone was so respectful to the emperor and did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. That was because if you offended an emperor, the emperor could kill you from hundreds of millions of miles away. After a long while, Mu Tian and the rest came to their senses. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were filled with deep respect. This was respect for power. Alliance. Alliance Master, we already said that we can. Can you spare my dog life? One of the black-robed men said in a trembling voice. Did I promise to let you go? Lu Ming said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the two black-robed men and the experts who had come to attack Tianxian City were turned into ashes in an instant. It seems that I have to take down these small sects as soon as possible. Lu Ming muttered. Now that the overlord forces had been destroyed, the small forces under them would definitely be in chaos and start fighting. Only by taking them down as soon as possible and tidying them up could they avoid unnecessary killing. Oh right, where's senior sister Mulan? Lu Ming asked. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the others looked around but did not see Mulan. For a moment, they stammered and did not know what to say. Is senior sister Mulan not here? Then forget it. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming smiled. Mu Tian and the others sighed in their hearts. Seniors, Lu Ming still has something to do and has to rush to 9 Dragons. If you want to leave the Tianxian region and move to the central continent in the future, feel free to send someone to inform me. Lu Ming said. We've lived in the Tianxian region for our entire lives and are used to it. We appreciate Alliance Master's good intentions. Mu Tian said. He had unconsciously changed the way he addressed her. Lu Ming naturally noticed it too. He sighed in his heart but did not say much. Now, he was no longer the Lu Ming of the past, the teenager. He was now the noble leader of the Dragon Alliance and had dominated the world. Mu Tian and the others had changed their attitude towards him and were respectful of him. This was something that could not be helped. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell to Mu Tian and the rest and headed to 9 Dragons. After Lu Ming left, a figure flew out of a pavilion in Tianxian City. It was Mulan. Why didn't you come out to meet me just now? Mu Tian asked. Mulan looked in the direction that Lu Ming had left in. Her eyes were filled with longing, but there were more complicated emotions in them. My talent is far inferior to Lu Ming's. As time passes, the gap between us will only grow wider and wider. He and I are people from 2 different worlds. Mulan sighed. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the others also sighed. Even if I come out and stay by his side, what's the use? We can't grow old together. Mulan continued. That's right, her current cultivation was only at the spiritual ocean tier. She was very clear about her own talent. In this lifetime, the spirit embryo realm was her limit. She had almost no hope of reaching the spiritual god realm. However, a spirit embryo realm cultivator's lifespan was only 3,000 years. On the other hand, Lu Ming had a long lifespan. Even emperors could live for 10 to 20,000 years. If Lu Ming's cultivation level improved, his lifespan would be even longer. Even if she got together with Lu Ming, they would not be able to spend the rest of their lives together. Moreover, the person in Lu Ming's heart is not me. In the end, Mulan let out a long sigh before she turned around and returned to Tianxian City. Back then, Mulan had entered a secluded sect to cultivate in hopes of catching up to Lu Ming. However, she realized that the distance between them was growing further and further. It was so far that she could no longer catch up. In the end, all the friendship he had turned into a long sigh. AI. Mulan was not the only one sighing. Hundreds of millions of miles away from Tianxian City, Lu Ming stood in the sky and sighed. Mulan was in Tianxian City, so he had naturally discovered her long ago. However, how could he not guess Mulan's thoughts? In that situation, he could only play dumb. Otherwise, what could he do even if he met Mulan? How should they get along? Lu Ming could only suppress the ignorant friendship he had when he was young. He took a step forward and the space cracked open. Lu Ming disappeared into the space channel. After Lu Ming returned to Nine Dragons, he sped up the integration of the small forces and sections. Wherever the Dragon Alliance went, those small forces and sects naturally surrendered and joined the Dragon Alliance. Even if there were some obstacles, they would be suppressed by the lightning. The Dragon Alliance had officially infiltrated every corner of the Divine Wilderness continent and ruled the world. Of course, Lu Ming did not know that a crisis was approaching him. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The vast imperial dragon city. In the northern plains, in a courtyard of the 100 Beasts tribe, Lu Ming was teaching his 2 in-name disciples, Zhuang Xiaofan and Zhuang Xiao. After Lu Ming's rise, he had ample resources. He had all sorts of esoteric crystals, elixirs, and other things. Therefore, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao's cultivation had also progressed very quickly. Now, they had both broken through to the Sea of Souls realm. Xiaoshan, although you've made rapid progress in your Earth Intent realm by using intent crystals, you haven't excavated enough of it. In the future, you have to comprehend more and excavate more. It'll be of great help to your future cultivation. Do you understand? Lu Ming pointed at Zhuang Xiaoshan. Understood, Master. Zhuang Xiaoshan quickly nodded. The 2 siblings looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of admiration. Although the 2 of them were only Lu Ming's in-name disciples, Lu Ming did not have any true disciples at all. He only had 2 in-name disciples. Hence, they had a very special status in the Dragon Alliance. Many experts, even emperors, would be very polite to them. In the past, they would not have dared to imagine this. But now, it was happening right before their eyes. They understood that all of this was because of Lu Ming. Without Lu Ming, they would be nothing. Even spirit embryo realm martial artists would regard them as ants, let alone emperors. But now, they only needed to say a word, and countless spirit embryo realm and even spiritual god realm experts would risk their lives for them. In fact, even the emperor would help them. All of this was because of Lu Ming. They also understood that they were not very talented. In the Divine Wilderness continent, there were many people who were more talented than them. They were lucky to become Lu Ming's in-name disciples. It was a blessing that they had cultivated for several lifetimes. Therefore, they cultivated very hard. Xiaoshan, I'll display the Earth concept for you to comprehend carefully. Lu Ming's voice interrupted Zhuang Xiaoshan's complicated thoughts. He quickly focused. Boom! The aura of the will of the Earth bloomed from Lu Ming's body. The thick and heavy will of the Earth enveloped Zhuang Xiaoshan. Zhuang Xiaoshan immediately closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and quietly comprehended. Xiao Rou, come over here and feel the water concept. Lu Ming said to Zhuang Xiaoro. Yes, master. Yes, Zhuang Xiaoro replied obediently. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming with admiration. In comparison, Zhuang Xiaoro was more talented than Zhuang Xiaofan. Lu Ming waved his hand and the concept of water spread out. Like a river, it enveloped Zhuang Xiaoro. Zhuang Xiaoro quickly sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. Throughout the journey, Lu Ming only had time to teach these two disciples because he was free during this period of time. In the past 2 months, everything had been developing in an orderly manner. Some time ago, Lu Ming had invited 9 sovereigns to cleanse Li Ping's meridians and marrow with the serum as the foundation. Li Ping had been reborn from an ordinary mortal who could not cultivate and had become an extremely talented martial arts genius. During this period of time, she had been cultivating with Lu Yuntian and her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Of course, Lu Ming had also helped Lu Yuntian, Hua Qi, and the others to improve their physiques and talents. Their cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. At the same time, Lu Ming sent out a purchase order to the entire Divine Wilderness continent. He was willing to purchase the 7 main spiritual ingredients for the Nirvana elixir at a high price, hoping to refine another batch of Nirvana elixir. The progress was rather smooth. During this period of time, he had already collected 5 out of the 7 main mystical materials. It was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. The greater part of the construction of Dragon Emperor City had been completed. Zhang Tai believed that it would be fully completed in 2 months. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Dragon Alliance decided to hold an alliance ceremony in the Imperial Dragon City 3 months later to announce to the world that the Dragon Alliance was officially established. At the same time, they would give each of the powerful figures and each of the major forces their own territory. The entire Divine Wilderness continent was looking forward to that day. When that day came, the world would celebrate. In the western part of the Divine Wilderness continent, across the vast ocean, there was a continent called the White Feather Continent. This continent was the strongest continent in the southern Divine Palace of the Divine Ruins Continent Group. It was ranked 4th in the Divine Ruins Continent Group. In the eastern part of the White Feather Continent, in a wild valley, there was a cloud of blood mist surging wildly. It kept rolling and rolling. It was terrifying. The valley was filled with the bones of demonic beasts. Judging from the aura emitted by the skeletons, they were all extremely powerful existences. Most of them were advanced spiritual gods, and there were even quite a few supreme-level ones. After a while, the blood mist disappeared, revealing a figure. It was D.E. Damn it, Lu Ming, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. D.E. roared, full of murderous intent. Now, his aura was several times weaker than before. He was only at the first level of the Martial Emperor realm. Also, the 10,000 meridian spirit body that he had cultivated for 10,000 years had been completely burned away when he was escaping for his life. Damn it. My myriad meridian spirit body was about to succeed and become an earth-grade spirit body. By then, my cultivation speed and combat strength would definitely increase greatly. I would definitely be valued by the family. It's all Lu Ming's fault. D.E. kept roaring and was extremely agitated. After a long time, he calmed down a little. The clan should have received the news that I've sent to them. The experts in the clan should be here soon. Lu Ming, I'll make you wish you were dead. D.E.'s eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Divine Wilderness Continent, Northern Plains. 3 hours later, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro woke up from their enlightenment. Alright, go back and comprehend it well. I'll test you after a while and see the results of your cultivation. Lu Ming instructed. Yes, master. Disciple will take my leave. Zhuang Xiaoro and Zhuang Xiaoshan bowed and left. Let's take a look in Dragon Emperor City. Lu Ming stood up, took a step forward, and disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Imperial Dragon City. More than half of the Imperial Dragon City had been built. The construction of the Imperial Dragon City was done by martial arts and inscription masters, selected from all the major forces, and even with the help of emperors. However, it still took such a long time, which showed how vast and majestic the project was. Lu Ming stood high in the sky above the Imperial Dragon City. He could not see the end of the city. At the 4 gates of the Imperial Dragon City, there was a 10,000 feet tall statue. The owner of the statue was Lu Ming. Entering from the south gate, there was a passage called the Path of the Divine Dragon. It led to a square paved with white jade. There were countless seats around the square, which were prepared to receive guests from all directions. The entire Imperial Dragon City was built on the original Longyu Mountain. Longyu Mountain originally had a huge Eye of Tao. Cultivating here would help one comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth much faster. After that, several emperors moved a few more Taoist eyes from other places with great superpowers, making the artistic conception of the Imperial Dragon City even clearer. Moreover, the emperors had worked together to transfer a few spiritual eyes over. In addition, the emperors who cultivated the Tao of inscription had inscribed the energy-gathering formation here, so the spiritual qi here was so dense that it was almost impossible to disperse. The entire Dragon Emperor city became a holy land for cultivation. Chapter 1357 Entering the 9 Dragon Ruins. Lu Ming took a look and was very satisfied. Then, he looked to the east. There was a place that he had to visit, and that was the remains of 9 dragons. During this period of time, Lu Ming had refined the drop of 9 dragons' blood essence that he had obtained from De and integrated it into the blood of the 9 dragons. He had obtained more memory fragments of the 9 dragons. It was time to go to the ruins of 9 dragons. He took a step forward and the space cracked automatically. Lu Ming's figure disappeared without a trace. The relic of the 9 dragons was located at the border between the East Baron and the Central Continent, in the chaotic area. Lu Ming's figure appeared in the chaotic realm silently and headed toward the 9 dragons' ruins. As Lu Ming flew, the area in front of him became more and more desolate. There was not a single blade of grass in the vast mountains. It was a barren land, as if all the vitality had been devoured by something. Further ahead, the lonely mountain turned into a desert, even more deathly silent. When Lu Ming arrived at the center of the desert, he saw a cave. It was an unfathomably deep cave, pitch black, and it led to the depths of the earth. At the edge of the cave, there was a dark yellow stone tablet with a line of words written on it: those above the emperor level would die if they entered. Each word was filled with killing intent. It was as if there was a terrifying killing intent in them, making people feel cold all over. As expected, Lu Ming's heart stirred. There had always been a legend that no one above the emperor level could enter the ruins of the 9 dragons. Entering meant death. That was why Martial Emperor De didn't dare to enter himself, but let 9 Sons Supreme enter. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and he appeared next to her. The second body had already broken through to the Emperor realm and could not enter. Buzz! Lu Ming's main body did not hesitate and rushed into the dark cave. As soon as he entered, a terrifying force came from the cave, causing Lu Ming's body to sink as if he was carrying tens of thousands of mountains on his back. Moreover, the speed of his descent was getting faster and faster. Stop! In Lu Ming's body, the essential core burst forth to resist the force. Although there was some effect, the effect was not very good. It was just that the speed of decline had slowed down a little. It was only when Lu Ming used the chaos concept that he was able to resist the force and control his body freely. Lu Ming controlled himself and descended at an even speed. The cave was unfathomably deep. Lu Ming could feel that he had descended a few hundred miles, but he was still going deeper. Moreover, at the edge of the cave, Lu Ming felt a terrifying murderous intent more than once. It was as if a wave of energy swept across his body and then retracted. Lu Ming guessed that if his cultivation level surpassed the Emperor level, he would be attacked. Lu Ming estimated that he had finally reached the bottom after descending for about 1,000 miles. With a sweep of his gaze, the bottom of the cave was covered in a thick layer of bones. Some of the bones were crystal clear, as if they were made of fine jade. Some of the bones were golden as if they were made of gold. It was easy to imagine that the owners of these bones must have been extremely powerful people, or even emperors, but they were buried here in the end. One could imagine how dangerous the 9-dragon ruins was. Lu Ming landed on the ground of the cave and still felt a strong pressure. His movements were greatly affected. His movements slowed down and it became difficult for him to fly. In front of the cave, there was a straight cave that was still dark. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and walked 100 meters with each step. He passed by the skeletons and walked towards the cave ahead. Roar! But before he could go far, a dragon's roar sounded. A blood dragon that seemed to be formed from blood mist pounced at Lu Ming. A true dragon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This blood dragon had 5 dragon claws on its abdomen. It was a 5-clawed true dragon. Buzz! The 5-clawed blood dragon pounced at Lu Ming with shocking power. Supreme martial artist. This 5-clawed blood dragon had the combat strength of a supreme being. Boom! Lu Ming's fist landed on the blood dragon's claw. The powerful force crushed the blood dragon's claw. Then, the fist force crushed the blood dragon's body and it collapsed. Lu Ming continued to move forward. Roar! Roar! He had just walked about 1,000 meters when another dragon's roar was heard. This time, there were 2. 2 5-clawed blood dragons appeared and charged toward Lu Ming. They were also at the Supreme Being level. Naturally, it was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to move forward, but not long after, 3 blood dragons appeared. As he continued, more and more blood dragons appeared. In the end, 9 5-clawed blood dragons appeared together. It was equivalent to 9 Supremes besieging Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's combat strength, it was not difficult for him to defeat them one by one. However, after passing through the siege of the 9 blood dragons, Lu Ming was attacked again when he continued to move forward. This time, only 3 blood dragons appeared. However, the difference was that each of the 3 blood dragons had 6 dragon claws on their abdomens. The combat strength of a 6-clawed blood dragon was much higher than a 5-clawed blood dragon. However, they were still no match for Lu Ming. As Lu Ming charged through, the number of 6-clawed blood dragons increased. After Lu Ming broke through the siege of 9 6-clawed blood dragons, another 7-clawed blood dragon appeared. The difficulty level was getting higher and higher. Lu Ming arrived at an underground stone room after he passed through 9 blood dragons with 7 claws. Lu Ming discovered that there were a few boxes in the stone room. However, the boxes had been opened and there was nothing inside. This must be the place Senior Jiuyang came to in the past. Lu Ming muttered. He had asked Xia Jiuyang about the 9 dragon ruins before, and Xia Jiuyang had told him in detail. Back then, Xia Jiuyang had passed through 9 7-clawed blood dragons to come to this stone chamber. The 2 drops of 9 dragon blood essence, the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps, and the True War Dragon Technique Foundation Establishment chapter were all obtained from here. They were all placed in these boxes. Back then, the 9 Sun Supreme had reached his limit. If he continued, he would have to face the 8-clawed blood dragon, whose combat strength was even more amazing. Xia Jiuyang was no match for him at all. Continue. Lu Ming strode forward and walked to the cave in front of the stone room. As expected, the blood dragons that appeared in front of him each had 8 dragon claws and shocking combat strength. The combat strength of one was equivalent to a human supreme who had awakened a 9th-level divine bloodline. It was extremely powerful. However, it still could not stop Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to pass through the levels. After defeating the 9 8-clawed blood dragons, a deafening dragon's roar was heard. A gigantic 9-clawed dragon appeared in front of Lu Ming. Yes, it was 9 dragons with 9 dragon claws. Although his aura was also at the Supreme Being level, Lu Ming felt that he was extremely dangerous. Roar! The 9 dragon bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head and he transformed into 9 dragons. Roar! Roar! The 2 9 dragons pounced on each other. The 9 dragons here were so powerful that even an ordinary martial royal realm expert would not be their match. They were at least equivalent to a 2nd-level martial royal realm expert. In the beginning, Lu Ming was not his match. He only started to suppress his opponent after he cast the Chaos Will. One of them is already so strong. If there are more, or even 9 of them, how can we fight them? Lu Ming's expression was grave. Gathering of the blood essence of 9 dragons. Lu Ming was confident that he could win if there were only 1, but if there were 2 or 3, Lu Ming could only barely maintain a tie. If there were 9, Lu Ming could only run away in defeat. Could it be that even he couldn't pass it? Or perhaps, he could only pass it after he broke through to the Supreme Being realm? Lu Ming had a few thoughts. After a few more moves, Lu Ming rose and tore the 9 blood-red dragons apart. Unexpectedly, after the 9 crimson dragons were torn apart, Lu Ming continued to move forward but no other 9 crimson dragons appeared. After walking for a while, a huge underground cave appeared in front of him. As soon as Lu Ming entered, he heard a series of dragon roars. However, he could only hear the dragon's roar and not see its body. That's... Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the air in the cave. He was completely attracted. 7 blood-red beads floated in the air above the underground cave. Each bead seemed to be made of blood-red jade. They were smooth and round, and they emitted shocking energy fluctuations. Blood essence, the blood essence of 9 dragons. Lu Ming's eyes brightened and his heart started to beat rapidly. He had finally found the blood essence of 9 dragons. The remaining 7 drops of 9 dragon blood essence. Roar! As if it had sensed something, Lu Ming's spine heated up. The 9 dragon bloodline flew out on its own and opened its mouth to roar. Buzz! Whoosh! The 7 drops of 9 dragon blood essence also trembled. Each drop was suffused with blood light and a small dragon flew out, resonating with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Refine it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He controlled the 9 dragons' blood and swallowed 1 drop of the 9 dragons' blood essence. Boom! As soon as the drop of 9 dragon blood essence entered the mouth of the 9 dragon bloodline, it exploded and turned into infinite energy, fusing with the 9 dragon bloodline. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and continued refining after refining 1 drop. With every drop refined, a piece of information would appear in Lu Ming's mind. It was the memory fragments of the 9 dragons. Of course, Lu Ming's cultivation level did not increase. The energy in the blood essence was all integrated into the 9 dragon bloodlines. It seemed to be stored and made the 9 dragon bloodlines more and more real, almost like real 9 dragons. After 7 days, 7 drops of 9 dragon blood essence were completely integrated into the bloodline of the 9 dragons. At this moment, there was a lot of information in Lu Ming's mind. They were all fragments of the 9 dragons' memory. These fragments slowly overlapped and formed a complete message. True War Dragon Technique Metamorphosis Stage Dragon God Combat Body. Lu Ming's face revealed a smile. The True War Dragon technique that he had cultivated before was the foundation stage. The main content of the Foundation Establishment chapter was the content before the Martial Emperor realm. After the Martial Emperor realm, the Foundation Establishment chapter was useless and required the subsequent chapters. Now, he finally got it. The extraordinary chapter of the True War Dragon Technique Dragon God Combat Body, as the name suggested, was mainly about the cultivation of the spirit body. The cultivation of a spirit body was to integrate the bloodline into the physical body and turn it into a higher-level spirit body through the tempering of the lightning tribulation. In other words, those below the rank of Martial Emperor were still mortals, while those above the rank of Martial Emperor had already transcended mortals and reached a higher level. The extraordinary section was to transform the bloodline of the 9 dragons into the physical body and cultivate a spirit body. This spirit body was called the Dragon God Combat Body and was extremely powerful. From the 9 dragons' memories, Lu Ming knew that spirit bodies were also divided into levels. They were divided into ordinary spiritual body, earth spiritual body, and heaven spiritual body. Each level was further divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. According to the 9 dragons' memories and experience, in the Divine Wilderness continent, and even the Divine Ruins continent, most of the spirit bodies of the emperors were low-tier ordinary spirit bodies, with a small number of them being mid-tier ordinary spirit bodies. Xiao Wan's immortal demon body and Xia Jiuyang's 9-yang divine body should be superior ordinary spirit bodies. If Di Yi's Myriad Meridian's spiritual body was successfully cultivated, it was likely to be a low-grade earth spiritual body. A low-grade earth spiritual body was extremely powerful and much stronger than a normal spiritual body. It was a pity that Di had spent 10,000 years stripping away the bloodlines and essence blood of various experts, but he had not succeeded in cultivating it. It was not perfect, and its power was only equivalent to that of a superior ordinary spirit body. That was why he wanted to steal Lu Ming's 9 dragons' blood essence. His goal was to cultivate the Myriad Meridian's spirit body. If he could successfully cultivate it, he would be invincible among emperors of the same level. Killing emperors of the same level would be a piece of cake for him, and even fighting against those of a higher level would be normal. If Lu Ming were to successfully cultivate the Dragon God Combat Body, he would have a low-grade earthly spiritual body after he became a martial emperor. Most importantly, the Dragon God Combat Body could be upgraded, just like his previous bloodline, which could be upgraded continuously. Lu Ming was very tempted by this. Another thing that tempted Lu Ming was that if he cultivated his spirit body with the 9 dragons' bloodline and transformed into the Dragon God Combat Body, he might be able to retain the 9 dragons' devour skill. In the past, Lu Ming had been struggling with which blood meridian he should use to cultivate the spirit body when he broke through to the Martial Emperor realm. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline seemed to be stronger than the 9 dragons' bloodline. As for the 3rd bloodline, it was even more mysterious. But now, Lu Ming had made up his mind to cultivate the spirit body with the 9 dragon bloodline. He could keep the prison-suppressing steel and the 3rd bloodline. He felt that even after he broke through to the Emperor realm, these 2 bloodlines would still be of great use to him. Next, Lu Ming looked at other memories. Yes, it's much less. After a while, Lu Ming had an idea. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to obtain the complete memories of the 9 dragons after fusing with the 9 drops of blood essence. But now, he realized that it wasn't the case. A large portion of his memories were blank. For example, where did the 9 dragons come from? What had happened back then? With the 9 dragons' combat strength, why had they fallen? Who killed the 9 dragons? What happened in the heavenly realm? These important memories were a complete blank. Could it be that the 9 dragons did this on purpose before they died? Lu Ming made a guess. However, although he didn't have these memories, the other memories were still priceless treasures. In his memory, there were some powerful combat skills that could only be cultivated after breaking through to the Emperor realm or higher. Every single one of them was a priceless treasure. At the same time, through the 9 dragons of memories, Lu Ming finally knew the cultivation realms after that. After the martial emperor, it was the martial saint. Martial saints were also known as the saint realm or saint realm. A martial saint could live for more than 100,000 years. They were unparalleled in battle strength and could dominate the world. Compared to them, emperors were thousands of miles away. However, the martial saint realm was not the highest realm, nor was it the peak. Above the martial saint realm was the peak, which was the martial sovereign. A martial emperor was also known as a great emperor. This was the true pinnacle of the world. Their lifespans were almost endless, and they stood at the peak of the world. They were unbelievably powerful. With a wave of their hands, they could probably destroy a mainland like the divine wilderness continent. This world did not only refer to the primordial realm, but also the heaven realm. A martial emperor was a peak expert. Back then, the 9 dragons were at this realm, and the top 10 war beasts were all at this realm. Martial emperor, great emperor. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with yearning. His goal was to stand at the peak of the world. He had to become a martial supreme in the future. Lu Ming's fists were clenched tightly. Chapter 1359 Condensing the Prototype Domain. Lu Ming closed his eyes and quietly digested part of the 9 dragons' memory. This part of the memory was very precious. It included the knowledge of many natural treasures and most importantly, the cultivation experience of the 9 dragons. Jiulong was a powerhouse at the peak of the martial supreme realm. How precious was his cultivation essence experience? Lu Ming slowly digested the information. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Lu Ming finally opened his eyes. There was a hint of solemnness in his eyes. The 9 dragons' memories also contained information regarding the chaos intent. In the 9 dragons' memories, the chaos intent was the king of all intents in the world. It was extremely powerful, but it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. Especially when it came to breaking through, it was extremely difficult to turn intent into a domain. Lu Ming had known about this for a long time. When he used the domain solidifying pill back then, it did not have much of an effect. Even if a normal martial artist did not have a domain solidifying pill, he could slowly dissolve the intent runes and merge them into his spiritual spirit in 1 or 2 years. However, the difficulty of cultivating the chaos concept was more than 100 times that of ordinary concepts. In other words, if Lu Ming cultivated step by step, he would need at least 100 years to cultivate a prototype domain and step into the supreme level. 100 years was too long. It was too long for Lu Ming. No, these 100 years are the golden years for me to practice. If I spend more than 100 years practicing the chaos will, it'll be equivalent to killing my potential. Not only will the other geniuses leave me far behind, but my potential will also be exhausted, and my future achievements will be limited. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. After a long while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Go all out. Let's go all out. According to the cultivation experience of the 9 dragons, Lu Ming found a way. This method could allow Lu Ming to condense an embryonic stage of the domain in a short period of time. However, it was very risky. If he was not careful, his cultivation would regress and it would be difficult for him to improve. In the worst case, both his body and soul would be destroyed. However, Lu Ming still decided to give it a try. Any peak expert had experienced many difficulties and tribulations. No one had ever heard of anyone who could reach the peak smoothly. Fight. Lu Ming made his decision. Moreover, it was right here. Other than him, no one else should be able to break into this place. It was the best place to cultivate in seclusion and break through. He closed his eyes. After a long time, Lu Ming's heart sank into an empty state and he adjusted his condition to the best. Roar. Then, the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. With a loud roar, it rushed into Lu Ming's glabella and appeared in his sea of consciousness. Somewhere in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, a concept rune was suspended and it was filled with a chaotic radiance. It was Lu Ming's chaos concept rune. Suddenly, the 9-dragon bloodline emerged near the chaos intent rune. Roar. Suddenly, the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and pounced toward the chaos intent rune. A dragon claw grabbed the intent rune. Boom! The intent runes let out a loud rumble. Lu Ming felt as if the entire world had been turned upside down, and a tearing pain came from his mind. He only recovered after a long time. Again. Die! Lu Ming shouted angrily. The 9 dragons continued to claw at the chaos concept runes. Yes, this was Lu Ming's method. He used a brutal method to blast open the chaos runes and then used a brutal method to merge them into the spiritual god. Such a method was absolutely crazy. If others were to find out about it, they would be scared to death. But without a doubt, it was the most effective and time-saving method. Boom! 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 In his sea of consciousness, the 9 dragons were constantly attacking the chaos runes. In the beginning, the 9 dragons only used 1 dragon claw. Slowly, the number of dragon claws increased, and they used 2, then 3. 10 days later, the 9 dragon claws of the 9 dragons attacked the chaos runes together. The runes shook violently. Kacha. At some point, the chaos intent rune made a cracking sound, and a crack appeared on it. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled violently and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, there was no panic in Lu Ming's eyes. Instead, there was joy. Continue. The 9 dragons continued to bombard the runes. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the runes. Another 10 days passed. Suddenly dash. Bang! The chaos concept rune exploded, and blood spurted out of Lu Ming's mouth. A crack even appeared between his eyebrows, and blood flowed out. But Lu Ming could not care about that. Melt. Go! Lu Ming roared. The spiritual god in his dantian emitted a strong suction force that attracted the chaos concept rune fragment to the spiritual god. Hoo-hoo! All of the chaos intent fragments flew into the spiritual god. At this moment, the spiritual god swelled up and emitted thousands of rays of light, almost exploding. This step was the most dangerous. If he was not careful, his spiritual spirit would explode, his physical body would collapse, and his soul would be destroyed. Suppress. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline appeared in his dantian. It floated above the spiritual god and suppressed him. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Waves of energy enveloped Lu Ming. This was the complete plan. Lu Ming had no cultivation experience in the 9 Dragon sect. He combined it with his own conditions and set up a complete plan. He used his 3 bloodlines to complete this step. The spiritual god that was on the verge of collapse was finally suppressed and was fusing with the chaos intent fragment to form a domain. Lu Ming closed his eyes and focused on cultivation. Time passed day by day. An endless distance away from the divine wilderness continent, in a hidden place on the White Feather continent, there was a messy stone forest. In the stone forest, there was an old stone platform. De stood by the stone platform, waiting anxiously. Buzz! All of a sudden, the stone platform began to glow. The glow grew brighter and brighter until it formed a vortex on the stone platform. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the black vortex. 1, 2, and in the end, a total of 10 figures appeared and flew out of the vortex. As soon as the 10 figures flew out, the vortex on the stone platform disappeared. As soon as he saw the 10 people, De's face immediately showed respect. The leader of the 10 people was dressed in luxurious clothes. His eyes were long and narrow, and when he opened and closed them, a sharp light flashed. Behind the young man, there were 9 people. There were old men and burly men. All of them had powerful auras, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. De from the Di family side branch pays his respects to young Master Di Xian. De quickly bowed to the young man. You are De? The young man glanced at De with a faint disdain. I am De. De said hurriedly. Humph, De, you are really useless. You can't even take down a divine wilderness continent. Di Xian scolded coldly. De's face was ugly, but he did not dare to refute. De's secret, breaking through to the Supreme Being level. De, your goal was originally the continent group of the Divine Ruins. According to the task given to you by the family back then, if you could unify the continent group of the Divine Ruins by yourself, you could return to the Di family and become a direct descendant of the Di family. Unfortunately, it seems that you have no hope. Di Xian sneered. De lowered his head even more, and his eyes flashed with raging anger. It was all Lu Ming's fault. It was all because of Lu Ming that he had ruined his plan. The Di family originated from the Yuan continent and was a powerful force there. As for De, he was a branch disciple of the Di family, so his status was low. However, there was a rule in the Di family. As for those from the branch family, if they wanted to join the direct line, obtain the status of the direct line, and even obtain the cultivation conditions and resources of the direct line, they had to complete a task assigned by the Di family. De's mission was to unify the continent group of the Divine Ruins with his own power. This mission wasn't considered to be very difficult among the missions of the Di family. However, De's talent was limited. He had come to the continent group of the Divine Ruins 10,000 years ago. However, at that time, his cultivation level had just broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. That was why he chose the Divine Wilderness continent, which was not very strong, to set up the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and begin his plan. At the same time, he would strengthen his cultivation and cultivate the spirit body of 10,000 meridians. Now, his plan was slowly maturing. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm. He had obtained the Myriad Meridian spirit body by chance and was just one step away from perfection. He was confident that as long as he obtained one more drop of the 9 dragons' blood essence, he would reach perfection. At that time, he would be able to break through to the Lever 3 Martial Royal Realm with the help of the Myriad Spiritual Veins body. By then, with his combat power, he could easily unify the Divine Wilderness continent. Even if he spent some more time, as long as his cultivation broke through to the 4th level of the Martial Royal Realm, it would not be a problem for him to unify the Divine Ruins continent. At that time, he would be able to return to the Di family and become a direct descendant of the Di family. His status would be greatly improved, and with the support of all kinds of resources, not only would his cultivation base improve by leaps and bounds, but even his bloodline status would also be different. Unfortunately, everything was ruined by Lu Ming. He had not been able to obtain Lu Ming's 9 dragon blood essence, so he had started the war rashly. He wanted to unify the Divine Wilderness continent first and use the entire Divine Wilderness continent's power to help him cultivate the Myriad Meridian's spiritual body. However, in the end, Lu Ming still ruined everything. Even the 10,000 meridian spirit body that he had cultivated for 10,000 years was destroyed in a day. He had no hope. It was all Lu Ming. Di Yi's eyes turned red at the thought of Lu Ming. I also sent Di Hongcheng and Di Honglei to help you. Where are they now? Do you know how much it costs to teleport from the Yuan continent to a wild island like the continent group of the Divine Ruins? Di Xian shouted coldly again. In his words, the Divine Ruins continent cluster became a savage island. Di Hongcheng. They are dead. De stuttered. What? Where are the two Emperor's spiritual weapons? Di Xian's eyes widened, and his cold killing intent filled the air. Di Yi's heart trembled. Di Xian was the true direct descendant of the Di family. His status was much higher than his. If he was angered, not only him, even his own branch in the Di family would be in danger. Young Master Xian, please calm down. It's all that Lu Ming's fault. If not for him, I would have been able to unify the continent group of the Divine Ruins before long. De quickly asked for forgiveness. Lu Ming? Di Xian's eyes widened. Yes, Lu Ming. De immediately told him about the previous battle and Lu Ming. You're saying that his cultivation hasn't reached the Emperor realm? I didn't think that a mere barbarian Emperor's island would have such a prodigy. This person must have some secrets. He, take him down and I'll study him. Di Xian's eyes were cold. Let's go. De, you lead the way. We'll go to the Divine Wilderness continent and meet that Lu Ming. Di Xian ordered. Yes. De nodded repeatedly and led the way. His face was ferocious. Lu Ming was still cultivating in the 9 Dragon Ruins. As the days passed, the spirit god in Lu Ming's dantian gradually calmed down. There was a faint glow, as if it was nurturing something. On a certain day, the spiritual god suddenly trembled, and a chaotic light flashed. It's done. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with ecstasy. At the same time, Lu Ming put away the prison-suppressing steel and the third bloodline. After such a long time, Lu Ming felt that the embryonic form of the chaos domain had finally been condensed successfully. He waved his hand and piles of raw gemstones appeared around Lu Ming. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. It opened its mouth, and piles of raw gemstones were devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons and began to refine. The energy of the origin stone was constantly transformed into true essence and integrated into the spiritual god. The chaotic light in the spiritual god became more and more obvious. After a few more days, Lu Ming had devoured 300 million raw gemstones. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger, and his essential core was getting more and more abundant. At a certain moment, buzz! A circle of light spread out from the spiritual god and grew larger and larger. It covered a radius of 100 meters from Lu Ming's body. Domain, the embryonic form of the domain had finally taken shape. This was the embryonic form of the chaos domain. Right now, it was only an embryonic form. There was still a long way to go before it could form a real domain. In the future, Lu Ming would need to continuously comprehend and nurture it. Slowly, the embryonic form of the domain would become bigger and more mature. In the future, when he broke through to the Emperor realm, it would naturally become a complete domain. With a single thought, the embryonic form of the domain shrank and covered the surface of Lu Ming's body. Boom! Lu Ming casually threw a punch and the space collapsed, revealing a dark space cave. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt that the power of the embryonic chaos domain was much stronger than the pure chaos concept. Is this the power of an autarch? Lu Ming could feel the majestic energy in his body and a confident smile appeared on his face. After condensing the embryonic form of the domain, Lu Ming had naturally stepped into the supreme level. His current strength was at least several times stronger than before. He was confident that he could easily kill a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert with a king's spiritual weapon, such as Di Hongcheng, without the help of his second body. There's less than a month before the alliance establishment ceremony. It's time to go back. At the thought of this, Lu Ming immediately returned. There were no obstacles on the way back. Lu Ming left the 9 dragons' ruins easily. He tore open the space and soon returned to Northern Plains. At that moment, the Imperial Dragon City was completed. The first thing Lu Ming did when he returned to the northern plains was to give the order to start moving to the Imperial Dragon City. Dragon Emperor City was very magnificent and vast. Many people could live there. Additionally, the cultivation conditions in Dragon Emperor City were very good. Of course, many people wanted to move there. Regarding this, Lu Ming had already discussed with the various emperors and decided on the candidates to move to the Imperial Dragon City. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.